dun, dun.
Subscribing on YouTube and I come up on my recommended.
Oh no.
Like the past ones, and I'm like,
Oh dear.
eh.
Yeah, maybe it should be.
Oh, I think we have RNN. Good morning, yay for you. Okay, so if I hit this and hit this, and go back to this slide and go RNN.
Good morning, Columbine. I'm Grayson Alberry, and I'll be bringing you the pledge this morning. Please stand and remove your hat.
Slides are back there if you wish to stand. It's up to you.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Teachers, will you now please tune in to the live RNN? Thank you.
Be right back. I should be here.
Oh, he was like, "Here's what you have." I'm not gonna worry about the, but just. The rebel community? Oh, it looks like that one. Oh, God, I like it.
Maybe we don't have one.
It looks like the two mountains that go like that, because it's the two mountains that go like that. Yes. Incredible. Oh, that was so creative. Yeah, I got really bad for the video. Oh, how did you cook that? And it just 5 pieces of steak all together. And I did 5. And it's kind of like your creativity is scouts. Is that sarcasm? No.
So if you're at home, welcome. Hi. We're waiting for RNN, and I think you have the link to it, so you can watch it maybe better than this, but we're not watching it well here. So.
Somebody already
Somebody already liked it?
Yeah.
Eventually one's gonna be like,
Yeah. So what's happening?
144.
All right. Good luck with that. I'll be right back. I left our copies in the car.
Someone disliked. Who are you?
Powerful.
It's probably like Will. Like, this isn't working. Just hitting the dislike. I've seen so many kids walking around with roll texts and saying, yeah, you did this test on the first day. Could you believe that? I was like, yeah, I did. Yes, I believe that. Did you pass? Probably not. I'm like, they're like, oh my God, Roach is such a hard teacher.
I'm Jack Hillman, and I'm Ethan Hillman. We are representatives from RNN, and this is your first student-hosted episode of the 2020 and 2021 school year.
That's right. Good luck.
We don't have much in regards to traditional announcements for you this morning. However, we would like to take some time to remind you about some important stuff for the hybrid learning model. Very important stuff. Remember, the remote schedule can get a little confusing every now and then. This week, the schedule is Blue A, Blue B, Silver A, Silver B, and then we have a remote day on Friday.
This will be the first remote Friday. I think that's what, yeah. This will be the first remote Friday of our hybrid schedule. You're expected to do work for all of your classes in your schedule on remote Fridays, like a rebel day, but at home. We would suggest making sure that you understand how this will look for every single teacher.
Also remember, your teachers will be taking attendance on the remote Fridays. Make sure you understand what you need to do in each class in order to be marked present. Make sure most of that time you will be behind. You will fall behind if you don't keep up on your work on Friday.
Make the most of that time, rebels. Telling you. I think the most efficient way to treat these remote Fridays, schedule days, is to go through classes 1 through 7 and take breaks in between. I don't know about you, but I'm not going to let myself take a break until I'm done with work for the class that I am working on.
You should also utilize your remote Friday days as a day to really check in with your grades and attendance. Make sure you know where you are, just in case you missed something from a class.
If there is something that you may miss, there's a ton of access time built into our schedule. Every day from 1:45 to 3 o'clock, we have remote access. every silver morning until 8:55, you can visit one teacher for access as long as it's your day to be at school. You can't come in unscheduled. On a remote Friday scheduled days, we have access scheduled from 12:30 to 3. So it's plenty of time to find what you need.
Yes.
Seniors, if you did not receive your free class of 2021 yard sign,
Parents.
These lovely boys, they got two of these in our front yard.
please be sure to pick it up in the comments after school.
Ebony.
That's all we got for you today, Columbine.
Make it a great day, Rebels.
Gene,
Yes. Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
We're all good. It's all good in the neighborhood. All right, apparently that was RNN. Thanks for doing that. Okay, get rid of this. Got a, present.
okay, well, hey, everybody, welcome, look at that, big full class, so exciting. So here's what, one thing I'd like to mention is if you are here, I still like you to do the attendance check-in. So either do it like right here or do it later. It doesn't matter. And for some of you, like having a late assignment freaks you out, you know?
Yeah.
And so just do it. And it's not a big deal. I know you're here. I just marked you here on the attendance, so it doesn't matter. But when it all slams into Google Classroom, it just shows missing or late or on time. It's just easier if everybody just does that. And so if you don't, it's not going to affect you. If you're at home, you have to say you're here. And if you say you're here at the beginning of the window at the beginning of class, then you're here on time. If you check in late, you're tardy, which kind of stinks because you probably were here anyway. I do not have an ideal way of doing attendance. This is just how we're doing it right now. At the end of the period, last 5 minutes of class and the passing period, we also have a checkout. So we'll check out as well today. So good morning. Thanks for coming. Thanks for making English part of your day, both home and on the computer. If you're on the computer, you want to chat in the YouTube live chat, that's fine. If you want to make a comment in the Google Classroom chat box, that's fine. If you have any questions, great. I'll also have GroupMe set up if you want to do that. My name is, except for GroupMe, nope. School just blocked GroupMe. It does that once in a while. It does that once in a while. Bless me. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. You okay?
Yes. Did you
All right.
cover your?
Did you cover your mouth? Always covered. Now I'm breathing my sneeze. You. Good morning. Thanks for coming. Thanks for making English part of your day. My name is Mr. Friesen. I'll be your teacher for the day. I have a poem to start things off. Today's poem is called Numbers. And it goes like this. Numbers. It's by Mary Cornish. She says, I like the generosity of numbers. The way, for example, they're willing to count anything or anyone. 2 pickles. 1 door to the room. 8 dancers dressed as swans. I like the domesticity of addition. Add 2 cups of milk and stir. The sense of plenty. 6 plums on the ground. 3 more falling from the tree. And multiplication school of fish-time fish whose silver bodies breed beneath the shadow of a boat. Even subtraction is never lost, just addition somewhere else. 5 sparrows, take away 2. The 2 in someone else's garden now. There's an amplitude to long division as it opens Chinese takeout box by paper box, inside every folded cookie, a new fortune. And I never fail to be surprised by the gift of an odd remainder, footloose at the end. 47 divided by 11 equals 4, with 3 remaining. 3 boys beyond their mother's call. 2 Italians off to sea. 1 sock that isn't anywhere you look. And you guys say? Nice job. Okay, today what we're going to do is the plan for today. Oh, this is the wrong class. This is not your class. We are not doing this at all. Goodbye to this. Go 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 to this. And go
Yeah, can we get another one?
to this. Good morning. Thanks for coming. Numbers. Okay. Here's the plan for today. So the plan for today is welcome in a poem and then check in Google Classroom. The agenda for the day is this. Oh, school pictures. I got your school pictures. So we'll be giving out school pictures today. Won't that be fun? Annie Barrow's group? Nope. Lily Bird group? Nope. Eve Allen's group? Nope. Okay, so I've got your school pictures, which is just silly because you already have school pictures, but you'll be able to see what you look like on your ID. Here we go. See? School pictures. Nicely done.
With my Iron Man
Nicely
shirt.
done. You're wearing that shirt. Weird. Okay. You're wearing that shirt.
They're like, what do you give seniors?
So many clothes. All right. She's a grown-up kid. She's here. This is so exciting. Look at that, all dressed up in your school best. So you guys got to take your last picture on the front door with your parents, first day of school.
Oh, I didn't do
You guys do that? No? What?
it. My mom wanted to, but I did it.
Okay.
You have a picture of me in the dining room.
I have a video, and then all we're gonna do is talk about Tinkers, and then talk about your homework. So roughly, I think what we'll do is we'll talk about chapters 2 and 3 of Tinkers today. Tomorrow, 3, 4. I don't think we'll finish the book, but then I start thinking about how we are structured in school. And if we don't finish the book, then we can't start writing the essays, and then we can't start our next book. And it's already halfway through September, which is crazy. So there's going to be a little bit of a push. And also this week is our first week where we have a Friday day. So there will be something on Friday, but whatever, we'll figure it out as we go along. Okay, so there's school pictures, nice, okay. All right, so first thing I want to do is just with Tinkers by watching this little video. Kind of reminded me when I saw it of Tinkers, so I thought I'd just throw it on here. Here we go.
These are roughly 28,835 jelly beans. I counted out 500 of them and used those to weigh the rest. In this pile, there's one jelly bean for each day that the average American will live. You might have more beans in your life, or maybe less, but on average, this is the time we have. Here's a single bean. It's your very first day, a special day, but kind of a rough day on everyone involved. Add 364 more and you have the first year of your life. Now, for a sense of scale, here are your first 15 years, 5,475 days, which brings us to the threshold of adulthood. And at that moment, this is the time that we have left. And this is, on average, what we will do with all that time. We will be asleep for a total of 8,477 days. If we're lucky, some of that time we'll be sleeping next to someone we love. We will be in the process of eating, drinking, or preparing food for 1,635 days. We'll be at work, hopefully doing something satisfying, for the equivalent of 3,202 of those days. 1,099 days will be spent commuting or traveling from one place to another. Maybe a little bit more if you live in LA. On average, we will watch television in one form or another for a total of 2,676 days. Household activities like chores and tending to our pets and shopping will take another 1,576 days. And we will care for the needs and well-being of others, our friends and family, for 564 days. We'll spend 671 days bathing, grooming, and doing all other bathroom-related activities. And another 720 days will go to community activities like religious and civic duties, charities, and taking classes. After we remove all those beans, this is what remains. This is the time that we have left. Time for laughing, swimming, making art, going on hikes, text messages, reading, checking Facebook, playing softball, maybe even teaching yourself how to play the game. How much of it do you think you've already used up? And if you only had half of it, what would you do differently? What about half of that? How much time have you already spent worrying instead of doing something that you love? What if you just had one more day? What are you going to do today?
Nice, huh?
That's a work status every day.
What? This is the true facts guy. If you don't know true facts, this is the true facts guy. Anyway,
Incredible.
so here's what we're going to do today, my friends. I want to talk to you about one of the 3 papers and then preview the other 2. But the one we're going to spend at length talking about is the Explication de Texte assignment, don't you know? A little French. And we're going to do so by looking at what we've already looked at, which is the hybrid country women and the crossing selection. We'll talk a little bit about what is an explication, and then I've got a model that we're going to do. We're going to keep talking about chapter 2, where George then Howard leaves home. And then we'll look at chapter 3, which is our next cycle, or perhaps our last cycle of missing fathers. So I don't know if this comes first because it happened in the 1800s, or if it comes last because it's the 3rd cycle that we're sort of seeing of disappearing fathers. Anyway, So the explicación de text assignment at the end of Tinkers, 3 papers. Okay, paper number 1 is trace an image and talk about how that image helps a theme develop. So we are thinking about our images, right? Somebody in here saying, "Oh, I like architecture." We'll look at architecture today. Or somebody in here saying, "Oh, I like ice. I like all the cold things and the chills, and I'm going to look at that." And you just decide what to do. So you find all the images, not all, but lots of them, and then you put that together. So I'm going to give you information about that paper in a little bit, but that paper is the one you really kind of have to wait on. The explication is you just need a passage. So some of you may have already seen a passage you kind of like. Hopefully you've seen 3 or 4 of them. And then there's an in-class essay, and I still got to figure out how we're going to do that. The in-class essay, it has to be a timed essay. And so I'm going to show you some examples of like what those would look like. We'll talk about strategies for writing in-class essays. But bottom line is I believe in reps. And so this is our first one. We just need to get one in the books. And so I don't know how to do it. I'm confessing this to you. Maybe we'll do it on one of those remote Fridays. And I'll just say, you guys got 45 minutes, get it done. Or maybe we'll do it next week when you're sitting here right here. I might just say, here we go. For part of the class, we'll just do it. Or I might do it at home. I don't know, because I have some people are, I have to kind of juggle how to do this. But today I want to talk about the explication to text passage assignment. Okay. So that is, I don't think I have a slide for this. I think I'm just going to take this away. Let's see. Yep, that's it. So I'm just going to take this away for now. Because I don't care about this. Okay. So I already gave you in this class a piece of paper that looks like this, which was a 2-column thing in which Howard visited the Haggard country wives, and he tried to convince them to buy the pendant, right? And so it kind of looks like this. So I also gave you The Crossing from 1999, in which Cormac McCarthy kind of traced this moment where this person was holding the dead wolf. Okay, so I'm going to actually give you the assignment right now. If you're at home, if you can hear me, this is on the materials, I believe, for today. Let me check. Class explication resources. Yeah, this is there, but I'll give you a copy of this tomorrow when you come to class, okay? But for you guys, because we're going to do this several times throughout the year. So this is just kind of a process for doing what they call an explication de texte. It's a French exercise that some of the formalist critics used in the kind of the mid 1900s to take apart poetry. So if you follow along on this sheet, it says steps for close reading, and that's all we're doing in a Q2. Oh, it's gone. Question 1 on the AP exam is always going to be looking at a poem. Question 2 is always going to be looking at prose, but these are both close reading exercises. And then what I try to do is this idea of calling these the explication. I invented this word in this assignment several years ago, but it's my understanding some teachers are doing it like in freshman and sophomore year. So this may not be your first experience with this. An explicación de text is patterns, polarities, problems, paradigm puzzles, and perception. An explicación de text comes from the Latin of explicare, to unfold, which is such a lovely way of thinking about it. To fold out, to make clear meaning of, is a finely detailed, very specific examination of a short poem or a selected passage from a longer work. That's you. In order to find the focus or design of the work, either in its entirety, in the case of the shorter poem, or, this is the part you care about, in the case of the selected passage, the meaning of the microcosm containing or signaling the meaning of the macrocosm. So that's why you can't just treat your passage as completely independent, because you know Tinkers as a whole. But the macrocosm, I'll tell you this, the macrocosm is always the human condition. So even though it's just a little passage from a book you've never read, even though maybe you guys did that like thing on Selena, even though you've never read that book, what Selena went through is a part of something larger. To this end, close reading calls attention to the dynamic tensions, to all the dynamic tensions. And that's, you guys want to, things that I focus on a lot in my class are the idea of tension. Tension is a huge deal, because if you say something is, it's flat. But if then you take that thing and you rub it against something else, it creates a spark or a tension. Some things bounce off each other. Some things blend together. Some things fuse to become one. Some things repel each other and never get there. But the tension between forces There's a definition of poetry is that when an idea hits an image, the spark in between is where poetry or art exists. That's what Monty Python also says comedy is. Comedy is the spark between the idea and how you present it. And that's where laughter exists as well. Anyway, I love tensions. And dynamic means as well tensions that are moving, that they're in flux, that they're ever changing. Anyway, close reading calls attention to dynamic tensions, polarities. Remember the foot book? Or problems of the imagery, style, literal content. Diction means word choice. By examining and thinking about opening up, unlocking, unfolding. Opening up the way a work is perceived, writers establish a central pattern, a design that orders the narrative. Doesn't that sound like Tinkers as a whole? And will in turn order the organization about the work, of any essay about the work. Coleridge, Samuel Taylor, wrote Kubla Khan, knew about this method when he referred to the germ of a work. Very often, language creates a visual dynamic as well as verbal coherence. So I'm not going to go through this whole handout, but I am going to read the next 2.5 paragraphs. Close reading or explication de text operates on the premise that literature as artifice, something created, will be more fully understood and appreciated to the extent that the nature and interrelations of the parts are perceived, and that understanding will take the form of insight into theme of the work in question. And the idea that understanding creates appreciation. We can use our heart to help our head to help our heart to appreciate art. This kind of work must be done before you can begin to appreciate any theoretical or specific literary approach. Follow these instructions so you don't follow what Miss Arabelle says about the magical web of Charlotte and Charlotte's Web. I don't understand it, and I don't like what I don't understand, okay? So follow these steps before you begin writing, and this is a 12-step process. These are pre-writing steps, procedures to follow. Consider questions to consider before you commence writing. Remember that the knowledge you gain from completing each of the steps is cumulative. There may be some information that overlaps, but don't take shortcuts. In selecting one passage from your novel, limit your selection to a short paragraph or section, could be as small as 4 to 5 sentences. When one passage, scene, or chapter of a larger work is the subject, that explication will show how its focused upon subject serves as a microcosm of the entire work. It means a means of finding small, simple patterns which fit the whole. So then there are these 12 steps, and they're actually in order. So the first one is the easiest, and I think the last one is the most challenging. So these are 12 things to look for in a passage. So the first thing to look for is figurative language. Just go on a scavenger hunt. Look for simile, image, metaphor. You know, what's going on in there? Consider how words suggest a pattern of abstract, you know. So you can think about the imagery in the work as a whole, but what images are in your piece, okay? The second is diction. Diction is just individual single words. What words are kind of essential to this explication? Even if you think you know what a word means, look up a word. Okay. Sometimes our first glance or gut reaction to what a word means is fine, but there's often a nuance or second meaning in a word that will help show depth or complexity. A tension perhaps between the literal meaning of a word and the metaphorical meaning of the word. Then literal. This should be done as succinctly as possible. Basically, what literally is happening there. That's the what, who, what, when, where. Just make sure you understand exactly what's going on. For you guys, you'll know the context of the passage. You'll be able to say, this passage emerges when George is just coming out of his coma in chapter 4, and so you can give a little context, and that may help. Structure, you might look at how the thing is built. Now, that's going to be probably a little more valuable with something like a sonnet or a poem where the entire structure is in the piece, but there's still going to be a way about yours is structured. Maybe the beginning and end are similar, so the passage is framed. Maybe there's a sense of repetition in the passage. Style, other aspects of style, just look at how the sentence structures work. Are there clauses that are repetitive? Are there fragments? Is it declarative sentences? Is it interrogative? Are there forms of other ways that the words come together? Characterization you should look at perhaps, because if there are characters, often looking into characters is insight. Tone gets a little more tricky because tone is the attitude that's kind of there. If you read for today, you read about the scurrilous babblers section, which is a very strange tone section. Assessment is basically when you ultimately can put all that together and come up to kind of a larger idea, which if you'll flip to the last page of the handout, then you get to this kind of larger idea of context, texture, and theme. So now we're starting to get, and by the time you get to 9, you're like, I've done this. But now you've looked at so many different little things. And essentially, you're able to kind of comment on the whole. That's what assessment, context, structure, and theme are. They're all like about sort of the whole. And if you get to the idea, by the time you get to step 11 with theme, where your idea of like, what is the larger kind of complex kind of central idea in that, and you arrive there. I think a lot of people read a passage and then they run right to step like 11. They're like, what's it about? Well, you can get there early, but sometimes going through that meticulous process of like, oh, I'm just going to look at word choice. Okay, now I'm going to stop. Now I'm going to look at sentence structure for a while. Okay, I'm going to stop. Now I'm just going to look for figurative language. That'll actually help you get there. So that by the time you get to step 12, you can actually maybe express a thesis, which is a central claim about kind of what you think the meaning and function of this passage is. The last little thing says conclusion. After you go through those steps, now you're ready to begin your actual writing. If you find what you had thought might be the theme doesn't fit, then go back and start over. This is a trial and error exercise. Learn by doing. Finally, the explication to text should be a means to see the complexities and ambiguities in any given work of literature, not for finding solutions or didactic truisms. And that's the whole point. In my class, I never want you to explain anything. I don't care about explaining, okay? What I want you to do is explore, okay? My opinion, explaining closes doors, exploring opens doors. So by the time I read your explication, I shouldn't say, well, that's that. Everything that thing was about. I should say, wow, that makes me think of all these other things. So bottom line is we do not try to come up with a succinct solution. Your job is not to solve the puzzle of any book we read. Your job is to explore how it is a puzzle, okay? If you go through this process, some of you, I mentioned this before, the holy trinity of this class is you have to write a paper, okay? But in order to write that paper, you have to do a close read and you have to show your thinking. And so bottom line is the writing is the vehicle that shows the reading and thinking. So time spent here is not a waste of time, okay? A lot of people run to the thing they have to do, but sometimes you realize I don't have anything to say. So, but hopefully you're doing some of that. So that's a lot of me reading to you from a handout. Do you guys have questions about this for now? All right, what do you guys do? Some of you have some passages that you've been flagging, right? Keep in mind, if you haven't finished the book, there's still a bunch of passages at the end that you might think, oh, that one's even better. So that's that. Okay, so this, if you guys are at home, you'll get this from me tomorrow. You'll also get what I'm about to hand out, which is, no, you're not going to get that. You're going to get this. Yeah, so that's perfect. Okay. This is actually a model explication. So don't take these home. You don't need these. We're going to look at 2. We're going to look at 1 today in class. And if you're at home, this is called the model. It says explication model, and it's called Savage and Superb. It's on the it's in the resources. It looks like this. Yours is not yellow, but it has these black bars across it if you're at home. This is what we're doing right now. And then tomorrow, when you guys are at home, are here, we're going to do one on the English patient. And so you guys are going to look at the one at home while we do this. So we're going to do 2. So here, take one of these suckers. Yep. Yes. The good thing about doing this explication is, you know the book that it comes from. The problem is you probably don't know the book this one comes from, but it's still okay. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to read a model student explication based on this passage. And you guys don't need to write on this at all. You have a copy of this if you want. We're just going to read this. And then we're going to talk about what it does as it kind of goes through these things of like diction and figurative language and characterization, context, theme, all these things, okay? So we're going to read this little passage and do this. So if you're at home or if you're here, the assignment is right now to read. We'll read the passage out loud together, and then you just read the explication, okay? And we're going to break up into small groups and talk about that. If you're at home, what you can do is get like 2-3 stuffed animals, make like a little kind of little thing, like a little powwow group on your bed, and then you can talk to your stuffed animals about what you think of this explication, okay? All right, so the passage is from Joseph Conrad's Heart of Darkness, okay? It goes like this. And from right to left along the lighted shore moved a wild and gorgeous apparition of a woman. She walked with measured steps, draped in striped and fringed cloths, treading the earth proudly, with a slight jingle and a flash of barbarous ornaments. She carried her head high. Her hair was done in the shape of a helmet. She had brass leggings to the knee, brass wire gauntlets to the elbow, a crimson spot on her tawny cheek, innumerable necklaces of glass beads on her neck. Bizarre things, charms, gifts of witchmen that hung about her, glittered and trembled at every step. She must have had the value of several elephant tusks upon her. She was savage and superb, wild-eyed and magnificent. There was something ominous and stately in her deliberate progress. And the hush that had fallen suddenly upon the whole sorrowful land, an immense wilderness, the colossal body of the fecund and mysterious life, seemed to look at her, pensive, as though it had been looking at the image of its own treacherous and passionate soul. Heart of Darkness, you've never read, right? Heart of Darkness is a story of a guy that travels into the Congo. He's a Londoner. He travels into the Congo, Africa, which at the time was an unknown continent. So many maps had it all inked out in black. And as he travels into the Congo, he meets a series of humans as he's on his way to retrieve this guy, Kurtz, from his duty. And when he finally meets the man he's supposed to retrieve, this man has gone mad and he now has to decide if he's going to extract this man from the Congo or not. This is a description of the woman who has been, who is the intended. She is the woman that is with the man he's pursuing. But anyway, you don't even need to know that. Anyway, so do me a favor. Read this Savage and Superb, and then I'm going to have you guys chat a little bit about what you see in this as an example of an explication, okay? So I'll give you a few minutes to do that. If you're not done, if you could read the last, the section after the block quotation, at least get there. Because the way the passage is wrapped up does matter. Except for the block quotation, do me a favor. One thing, well, here, before I tell you what to do, I'm gonna have you guys do this. Would you guys kind of huddle up, maybe in a little group? I don't know, find twos, threes, whatever. I don't care. And talk about this. Talk about this as a what are you noticing? What do I want from an explication? What does an explication seem to be based on reading a model explication? Think about what it says. Think about how it says it. And things like that. So just talk a little bit about what you noticed on this thing and what you think you're in for, okay? Do that real quick. Just huddle up a little bit. It's too quiet in here. Once again, stuffed animals at home. Talk about what you noticed about what you think I'm looking for. And while you do this, I'm just passing out the actual assignment, but don't worry about this right now. Just keep talking about the one you have, okay? A lot of yellow today for some reason. Thank you.
I have two.
I'm passing this assignment out to everybody in class. You will get this tomorrow, and we're going to actually go over this tomorrow. Okay, like and subscribe.
Yeah. There's some parts where it's really not a good yeah, like it wasn't like it was more like a observation.
Okay, I'm interrupting you real quick. Important thing to note is Conrad is the name of the author. Marlowe, Kurtz, and the intended, also called the woman, they are characters, but Marlowe is also the narrator. So when he talks about what Marlowe's doing, it's really, we are given the perspective through the narrator, and you're going to have that too. Your paper will juggle names. You'll sometimes be talking about Kathleen. You'll sometimes be talking about George as a character. Other times, George as the view we're given. But you're also going to be talking about Conrad's choices. And so Harding's choices. So one piece of advice I'd offer is Harding needs to be in your paper quite a bit because Harding is making the choices. Okay? Do me a favor. Just look at the passage and how much of the passage is quoted? So do me a favor. Just tell me things that are quoted. Here are lines 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11-ish. Tell me where. Just find quotes. Like I know the phrase "sorrow for land" was quoted. Give me things that this is quoted on any page. Just bounce around.
Wild and gorgeous and
Okay, well, not the block. The block is a cheat. Okay, I don't want you to do a block. A wild and gorgeous apparition. Okay, what else?
The elephant tusk.
Elephant tusk, which is where.
Right, like 2 lines above sorrow for land.
2 lines. Elephant tusk. What else? Just find where the kid quoted.
Gloomy border of the forest.
Gloomy border of the forest. Where's that? Oh, you know what? Gloomy Board of the Forest, the reason that has a page number is because that's from the book, but not from the actual passage. Does that make sense? So you can do that too. Like if you find in your passage something really cool and you're like, that totally resonates with another page, you can go ahead and drop that in. But like very, very infrequently. Because if you start saying, oh, it's on this page and this page and this page, that's the imagery essay. That's the other essay where you're finding things on a bunch of pages. Okay? Okay, sorry. Another thing?
Hair in the shape of the helmet.
Hair in the shape of the helmet. There we go. Shape of the helmet.
Wild eye.
Wild eye, which is where? It's hard for me to do over there. Shh. Other things that were quoted. Keep going, because then I can hear more.
Wild
Wild eye,
sorrow.
there it is. Hey, what?
Wild sorrow,
Sorrowful Land got here. Do we have wild sorrow somewhere else?
Wire gauntlets.
Wire gauntlets, I saw that earlier. What else? Keep going. What? Steps? Where's the steps? Second line. Measured steps. What else?
Proudly.
Proudly. And then proudly. What else?
Fringes.
What?
Fringes.
Fringes. Fringed clothes or cloths. Keep going. On her tawny cheek. Tawny cheek. There it is. Crimson spot on her tawny cheek. Keep going. Yes, I saw on the last page there was references to the tenebrous and passionate soul of a mysterious life, which was the last thing.
Savage and superb.
Savage and superb made its way to the title of the piece, and also in there,
Massive dark human
the
shapes.
mysterious life was here. What?
Massive dark human shapes.
Massive dark human shapes. Donde is that?
I don't think it's in the.
Oh, not actually in here. Okay. Let's see. Pensive is somewhere in here. Deliberate. I know that the phrase "deliberate progress" was quoted.
The glass beads on her neck.
The glass beads on her
That
neck.
whole like
There
all
we
the
go.
way to charms and of Witchman. That whole thing was.
Yep, charms of Witchman, right?
Yeah.
Gifts and charms of Witchman.
Immense wilderness.
What?
Immense wilderness.
Immense wilderness. Where was that? Here, immense wilderness. And anyway, we could keep going with this, right? Magnificence is on here somewhere. Bottom line is, they kind of attack almost every single piece of this. And I could have done more than this. Oh, I know the word magnificent was in there, right? You just said that. It's hard for me to find it. So your job will be to look incredibly deeply at it. And you don't talk about big swaths of it. You talk about just single phrases over and over. You might have noticed that we kind of moved through the passage. So by the time we get to the end of the passage, we're at the end of your paper. You want to walk through it. Now, you can make large comments. But if you're going to talk about, like, if for example, the word soul had been up here, and you were going to talk about soul as framing the passage, you wouldn't necessarily say, the passage begins and ends with soul. In fact, the passion of soul at the end, and you wouldn't do that. But you might hint that a soul frames the passage, and then work your way through, and then by the time you get to the end soul, you can reflect back. But your goal is not to take all these like scattered things in the passage and then clump paragraphs around those ideas. That's what your imagery paper does. Your imagery paper takes something that's scattered and bring it together. This you probably just walk through. So by the time we got to the last paragraph, or the last page of this, we were really talking just about this last section, which brought together the whole thing. Okay? How many sentences in this passage don't have quoted material? And the answer is virtually none, right? That you are always in the text. The text gives you all your meaning. Have you read Heart of Darkness? No. Would this make a lot more sense if you read Heart of Darkness? Of course. But the irony is at the end of the year, the AP exam will give you something like this. It'll give you a section from a book you've never read. And you're like, here I go. It's clear this person knows Heart of Darkness, though. It's clear this person knows the text. And that's part of what you have to the bar is a little higher for you because I know I'm giving you something from you pick the passage from a book that you've read and you have like days to do it. On the AP exam, you don't pick it, you've never read the book and you got 40 minutes. And so it's terrible. Okay. But you'll get at least a little better at it. Comments, questions? What did you guys say? Anything that you guys said in your small groups that kind of you think would be worth sharing beyond the little 2 or 3 of you that were here? Charlotte, yeah, thanks.
Would you want us to also quote this frequently, like use the quotes itself kind of also as your analysis, or just step
Yeah.
away from that?
Yeah, we're only here because of the words that are given to us. So yes, I do not want a block quote like this. It's much better right below it where we have the little parts. I have the block quote because you're going to type this out for me. And what I do is I actually have this sitting here, and then I have your essay here, and then I read the essay and I just look back and see what you said. So yeah, so yes, you will quote quite frequently in your paper. We'll look at another model, actually probably 2 more models too. Good. Other comments, questions, concerns? Hi, yes, thanks.
What score would you give this? Like, what's the grading scale?
Well, the grading scale is I don't think I can answer that because this was not written for me for an APA class. This is written for a college level class. So this this is exceptional work. This is going to be a very good score, you know, but I have to score with the AP rubric, which is, does it have a thesis? I would argue that it does, but we might want to express it a little more clearly. But then does it have evidence and commentary? Yeah, in spades. And then does it have sophistication, wrestling with larger issue? And the answer is yes. So it's going to get all the points. It's going to get all of them. But I do want to, it's sometimes hard to grade things that weren't intended for the environment they were produced in, you know, or not produced in. Anything else? Okay, so what we're going to do is tomorrow, when you guys are at home, we're going to look at one more of these. If you're at home, we're going to look at one more of these in class too, so everybody has the opportunity to do one kind of in class. Like I said, I just passed out the actual assignment to you. You guys we're going to go through this tomorrow in class. So if you just keep this with you and on the computer tomorrow, you can look at it. There's another model on the back here as well, so it's everything. Can you guys in the room give me back the one with the number in the upper right-hand corner? The one that was selling Heart of Darkness, because that's not really of value for you. If you want to look at it, it's online. You can always see it. I have to decide too. I'm making stuff up. I have to decide like how we're submitting papers too. Like, you know, electronically. You know, are you printing them out and handing them to me? I don't know. It's going to be. I don't know. I will tell you that I cannot score online papers very well. I mean, I can score them. I can't comment on them very well. It's really hard for me to comment. You know, I am going to be asking you guys to print things out. And if you can't print things out, you know, we'll certainly work with that, you know. Are we okay? All right, everybody stretch, ready? And we got to talk about Tinkers. So if you guys could pull out your Tinkers book, we're going to talk about chapters 2 and 3 and beyond. And we'll just see what we notice and what we like in this crazy world of Tinkers. Well, let's see. I don't know. Boy, let's see. We're out here at 55, so we got about a half hour. Ugh, that's not very good. We certainly won't finish a discussion of chapter 3 today, but that's okay. That's okay. When we left off, the last time we were in here, we talked about Christmas dinner, 1926, and we talked about the kind of seizure that Howard has in front of his children and how George kind of witnesses the disassembly of his dad. Is this an extra one? Yeah. George witnesses this, and he has this epiphany on page 97 about, you know, being able to run away and on and on. So what I'd like to do today is I'd like to kind of make sure that we've covered enough of chapter 2 that we feel like we have it. We can always come back to it, and we'll do that a bunch, but kind of make sure that we're kind of clear on kind of what's there and I don't know, maybe draw some larger ideas. So I'd like to start today with the consequence of the seizure. So I'd like to start on an even page 100. So George, his hand is bit by his father, and he has these fitful dreams as he's no, he doesn't have those yet. I'm sorry. But he can't deal with they can't deal with his hand on Christmas night, obviously. So on page 100 at the gap, it says the next morning she dressed early, and they decide that they're going to deliver George to the doctor. So this very clear plan of like going to the Dr. Box's house. It's the last paragraph on page 100. The walk to Dr. Box's house, you know, and it kind of talks about just the idea that at this moment where there's this kind of transitional moment between the cindery lightning of night and the red light of the day. They're talking about the horizon. And so we're at this transitional moment. I know there's a transitional moment because George is growing up in this moment. He's being bitten. He has a realization about his father. He's ultimately going to run away because of it. So we're in this kind of moment of halves, and we're going to, but the quest is somewhere concrete. The quest is a house. They're going on a quest to the walk to Dr. Box's house, not to Dr. Box. And then if you look on page 101, it says Dr. Box's house was tucked into this bend in the road, and she's expecting to see. And so the expectations of the house is an expectation of, I think, very much, order. It's a 2-story building, and it has a wraparound porch, and here's exactly what we're going to do. But on the second new paragraph on 101, the house was gone. And we have this idea of the vanishing house over and over in this book. We had it on pages 19 and 20 when George's own house collapses in on his mind. We have it on page, later in the book on page 139. You're not there yet. We have it in the book on page, I lost the page number. We have it in the book on page, page 60 or 71. And that's the ruins section where the woman is, where Howard makes it into this field. And so, all I'm pointing out is there's so many references to windows, doors, porches, in this book. And so you could say, as I look at physical things, I'm not talking about the idea of what home is. I'm talking about the physicality of architecture and what it shows about expectation, about order, about kind of how we see ourselves in relation to the world. Halfway down that paragraph on page 101, almost perfectly in the middle of the page, they're in flurries of snow. They're spinning in the wind. Kathleen surely stood. So we have this idea of her kind of forceful presence amidst this whirling world. She surely stood in the right place, and the doctor's house was surely vanished. There's a hole in the earth. And they say, was there a tornado? So lots of weather imagery and architectural imagery as we're trying to kind of decide where we are. This book is all about identifying who you are and when you are, but also where you are. So then as we're unsure of ourselves, then you turn to page 103, all of a sudden we see Dr. Box's house. And it's about halfway down page 103, maybe not quite halfway down. As she's out there in this kind of, she is adrift. And even though she's on the ground, she's clearly a sailor, because she's out there on the top of page 93 looking down the road, and there's a horizon, which is vast, and there are islands in the midst, and Kathleen's wondering about the islands in the midst of the storm. So she's clearly a sailor adrift in the world. And then all of a sudden, it says about a third of the way down, page 103, instead of seeing the town and lake, she saw Dr. Box's house. It sat in the middle of the road, set on top of wooden trucks. The house and the trucks rested on a bed of massive logs, which had been lined up across the foundation. And essentially, we have this person who is being this house which is being transported on logs, And so that which we thought was fixed is impermanent. That which we thought is stable and identifying is now transitory. That which we thought was a place, a destination, is now becoming the journey itself. And then, of course, when you think of this moment with this house moving, this gargantuan task of men and ox and timber, with these men with their coats and the circles around the house and sledgehammers, heave ho, and this long lurching progression down the road. I, of course, remember page 91 in your book. And if you didn't go there, you know what exactly is happening on page 91. We have another house on wheels. And that's when Howard decided that he was going to create a house on wheels for bees and live in this house and take it everywhere. So this idea of the transport, of course, now we're dozens of years earlier, because Howard is, no, we're not dozens of years earlier. I'm in the wrong chapter. This is George's experience, not Howard's. But, I'm reminded of that little section. I'm going to talk a lot more about houses in this section as well. But since we're in this section, I'd like to go to page 107, if you don't mind. On page 107, so they finally get there, and, George gets out of the, gets there, and he shows his bandaged hand to the doctor, and the doctor's like, oh, dog, gotcha, and all that. And then Kathleen and the doctor have a conversation on the bottom of page 106. And if you've read the book, what are they having a conversation about? They're having a conversation about institutionalizing, or not institutionalizing, but definitely institutionalizing Howard, because she has the brochure. And of course, Howard, this is a problem for Howard if you read chapter 3, because we know that Howard's father was institutionalized. And so, but they're doing that outside, and we're not allowed to be there because George is our narrator, and George is not present for that conversation, even though by the time we get to chapter 3, George is present in intimate conversations in his father's own mind when his father was a boy and George wasn't even alive. But anyway, on page 107, George has been placed into Dan Cooper's truck. And George and Dan are hanging out in the truck as Kathleen and Dr. Box are discussing, amidst smoking, their the future of Howard. Halfway down, or about a third of the way down, page 97, the first big paragraph. This is the kind of thing you might do for an explication. You might pick a tiny little passage like this, and you'd say, in Paul Harding's Tinkers, Harding describes a scene where George waits in Dan Cooper's truck as his mother discusses the fate of Howard. He has just been there to have his hand assessed because his dad bit it. Here's the passage. The cab of the truck warmed up quickly. The seat bench was covered and cracked brown leather. George felt broken seat springs through the bottom of his coat. Old manuals and newspapers and a coffee mug lined with the silt of long since evaporated coffee cluttered the space between him and the driver's seat. That the glass steamed over, and George watched the men and oxen and the moving house turn to phantoms in a silver mist. He remembered stories that his father had told him about ghost ships that had foundered off the rocks or on the rocks off the coast 100 years ago, but whose mournful, doomed crews and splintering keels could still be heard on foggy nights. Would you turn to the smart kid next to you? What did you notice? What word would you put in your essay and write about? Just go. What did you notice? Anything in that book? I would write about. Oh, ships. I heard ships. That's good. What did you see in just that little passage?
Right.
So we'll just go around the room. We'll start over here. What is a single word that is worth writing about in this passage? You don't even have to say why. So I'll start. I'll say I would definitely say something about the word cluttered as we're describing this. And you might write about the word, I'm sorry? Phantoms. And you might write about the word, doesn't matter. Ghost.
Ghost.
Good.
Yes.
And you might write about the word cracked. And you might write about the word mournful. And Charlotte, you might write about the word broken. And you might write about the word splintered. Yes, you would. And you might write about the word steam. Oh, yes, that idea, that transition between water and air with heat. I kind of like this line. My favorite line in the whole thing is there's a coffee mug lined with long since evaporated coffee. I love that. And this idea of the thing that's there and not there is everywhere in this book. So we have the idea that there is no coffee in this coffee mug, but there is this remnant. There is a shadow. There's a phantom of the coffee that's there. And this phrase, long since evaporated. I love that idea in a book about mortality. The idea of like, you're going to go away, like the coffee went away, but there's something which lingers, which resonates. This is a book about mortality, but it's also about how things never go away. So this long since evaporated coffee, this remnant, it's everywhere in the book. Ready? Go to page 40. On page 40 in your hymnal, George is dying, and he's looking around the room, at the room that the clocks are going off in. This is the room with the ship that moves when you can't kind of glance at it. And if you look on page 40, George is looking around this room and he's thinking about when he used to smoke and his pipe trees and things like that. And if you count down about 7 lines from the top of page 40, it says, he'd have an occasional cigar, blah, 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 when he had to sweep dead leaves out of the garage. Guys see that on page 40? Although, page 40, he had not sat in the Queen Anne chair since he quit smoking his pipes, there remained a sort of shadow of his outline on the fabric of the chair's backrest. It was not so much a stain as a silhouette of just slightly darker fabric, which could be seen in just the right light, from just the right angle, and which still would have fit his shape perfectly had he been able to rise from his sickbed and sit in the chair. So this book is full of these images of an absent presence, which is an oxymoron. This book is full of oxymorons. An absent presence, a constant change. If you guys can think of any more, let me know. One of the things I'm going to require in your first paper is you're going to have to use 5 oxymorons in your paper, just as you're writing about things. And it's going to be natural, because you're going to be writing about something about the nature of like memory. And you're going to say, at this point, George recalls a forgotten memory. And I'm going to be like, that's an oxymoron. Because if you forgot it, you can't remember it. And if you remember it, it can't be forgotten. There's no such thing as a forgotten memory. Oxymorons are seemingly paradoxical statements which are oppositional but true. That's how you get the sophisticated point in AP English, is you embrace complex tensions. So this absent presence, which in many ways could you argue that Howard has been an absent presence in his father's life or his son's life his whole life? Of course he has. Then if you go to page, where is it? 143. Yeah, on page 143. Now we're in chapter 3. And on page 140, am I on the right page? Oh, no, it's 143 in your book. I'm like, well, it can't be on that page. You're on page 143 in your book is a scene when Howard, as a boy, is remembering his father, the minister, his unnamed father. We'll get into who his father may be in a few minutes here. Well, if we don't run out of time. And he is thinking about his father's, deterioration of the mind. Because his father's a minister, practically. What happens in chapter 3? Howard's father, the minister, begins to lose his tether to the world. And he starts to be uncertain in his preaching and in his family. And so ultimately, Howard's mother has Howard's father institutionalized and he's sent away. Now that happens in chapter 2 almost, because Kathleen goes and gets the pamphlet from the Eastern Maine Hospital. So we have this generation of fathers of men disappearing, If you thought chapter 3, if you read it, if you thought it was strange, of course it's strange. We're going back in time, back into the mind. This guy's going deeper into a coma, and he's remembering things he wasn't there for. What? Which is a paradox. How can you remember things you weren't there for? Forgotten them. On page 143 at the bottom, it seemed my father, this is Howard speaking. Howard is a boy. It seemed to me as if my father simply faded away. Bottom of 143. He became more and more difficult to see. One day I thought he was sitting in a chair at his desk. To all appearances, he scribbled on a sheet of paper. When I asked him where the bag for apple picking was, he disappeared. I could not tell whether he had been there in the first place or if I had asked my question to some lingering after image. And this idea of, and this continues as well, and they're talking about photography, the idea of this lingering image which remains after you are gone. We have that everywhere in the photos and stuff. So part of the situation with Dr. Box, I think, in the book, in addition to maybe showing some of the ways that houses work in the book, I do think they bring up this idea of the resonant character, the person that continues beyond growth. Does that make sense? I don't know. Yeah. Yes. Thank you so much.
How much should we trust the narration?
No, I have no idea. Do you trust? I mean, it's yeah. So are these could this even be a paradox? This idea it's a false memory, and how can it be a memory then if it's false? Because isn't memory supposed to be a recollection of something that happened? So yeah, really good question. How much do we trust this? Is this a story, or maybe the stories of the story. Well, we got to get to chapter 3, because chapter 3, I have a way of talking about it that might make it go back in sense. I like that. Anybody else have a comment? You buy this stuff? I don't know. All right, let's go to this other part though. So George is starting to have these. We're going back to I don't know, maybe 110, 120 in your book. Yeah, go to 112. On 112, George is having fitful dreams, and in his fitful dreams, his mind is pulsing. On page, if you're on 111, I mean, this is probably George in the real world, because George in the real world is dying. So we're hearing the tick, tick of the clock, and he feels the blood pulsing. And in his dreams, he hears these things. So maybe that's him really in 1995, remembering kind of what it's like. And he's having these dreams of a dog biting his hand as his hand is pulsing. And late at night on bottom of 111, as his warmth under the blankets is countering with the cold outside, and he's kind of feeling this. He's feeling time, and he's trying 6 lines from the bottom, from the top of 111. He's trying to burrow deeper into his bed, and he's burrowing in his bed on page 19 as well in the book, as he's trying to leave the now. On page 112, take a look at 112. Maybe you pick this kind of passage to look at. It says that on page 112, he held his bitten hand on page 112 at the top, limply above his head, as if he were crossing a river. So this is this moment in bed. George the boy, he now has this feeling. His hand hurts so bad, but it says as if he was crossing a river. Yet another threshold moment. Another boy. And he patted at the dark with his good hand until he felt the corner of his mother's bureau. So he's wandering in his mother's bedroom in the dark. He opened the door into the deeper darkness still. Rather than risking, I'm on 112, about 6 lines from the top. Rather than risking the hallway and the stairs, George tapped his finger on the top of the bureau until he felt the lamp. He lifted the glass and set down the box of matches. You could write an entire paper about all of the fire in this book, right? He held the matchbox against his stomach with the heel of his bitten hand, and he struck a match. The top of the bureau appeared the image of holding the match. I'm sorry. At the top of the bureau appeared, and the image of him holding the match appeared in the glass lamp. There was a pamphlet next to the lamp with a photograph of a building that looked to him like a school called the Eastern Maine State Hospital. George realized that this is what Dr. Box had given his mother after he had finished with the stitches in George's hand. There had only been 4, and they had not heard it first. Underneath the picture, the caption read, Northern and Eastern Maine's Care Facility for the Insane and Feeble-Minded. George touched the match to the lamp wick, and the light swelled up. So clearly this is a revelatory moment for George, right? As he's understanding something. Before he had the realization, my father is not a monster. Now he has the realization that, oh, my father is going to be taken away, because the chaos and tumult of his mind and the darkness is now cleared with a very clear label, Eastern Maine's Care Facility for the Insane and Feeble-Minded. So the light swells in the room. The light resolved the furniture and the walls and the floor and the ceiling, and George's eyes as if it were liquid. So you have imagery there of water, of light, and also of architecture, and the idea of this coming to know. What do you want to write about in your paper? I don't know. Maybe the more you look at the liquid imagery, maybe it's all about the transition from ignorance to knowledge. Maybe the water help us see that. Or maybe the water imagery in the book helps us understand the difference between the imagined truths and the real truths, and where those things kind of rub against each other. Then he starts to read, and the last 3 lines on the page. Patients at the hospital experience relief from the frantic modern world, which aggravates so many cases of insanity. They enjoy sessions of hydrotherapy. That's an interesting word. What's hydrotherapy? It's water. curing you, right? So is the water a curative thing in this book? Or is the water something which leads us toward decay? Extended periods of bed rest, harvesting crops, tending the piggery. Everybody needs a piggery. They also make and repair furniture and do the laundry. And so now we know that now we know what's exactly happening. And then mom comes in and says, don't do that, and she takes that pamphlet and tucks it in the bottom of her drawer. But this is I think this is a book about, about secrets. And now we luckily get to know a secret in the book because do you trust this narrator, Jamie? This is a different narrator because George was really there and he really did this. So now we know this secret truth as we ultimately know. So that's the what, right? What is literally happening? George's father, Howard, is in danger of being sent away. So now we might understand the motivation for abandonment. This is a book about abandoning things. You're leaving your family. This book, everybody leaves their family at some point. All right. They play as kids. They have these allusions to history. Did you notice how they pretend to be Betsy Ross and Susan B. Anthony, and while they're playing, they're like, no, it is 1776. They're like playing, and as children, they're able to transcend time, right? And they're like, no, it is 1776, and it's 1927 at the same time. Page 114, about 10 lines down, we can have two concurrent times, and they look into the eyes of the that'd be a good passage for somebody to analyze, right? Where the Ursula, and we laugh at the name of the bear rug being Ursula, right? Because Ursa Minor, Ursa means bear, Yeah. Anyway, so George decides to run away. Maybe you guys could help me off with this. When George decides to run away, he goes and he ultimately ends up in this location. It's on page 121 in your book. And this, I guess, is probably what we're going to end with today. Although I really want to give you one more thing. Let's see, 8:55. I don't know if we can do that. Let me give you this. And then I'm going to do this tomorrow with the smart kids tomorrow, but I'm going to reference this when we get to the last page on chapter 2. Okay? So this is a nice bookmark for you. It's from Macbeth. You guys know Macbeth, right? You guys read Macbeth last year? You ever read Macbeth last year?
No.
Juniors are supposed to read Macbeth. Okay, this is from Hamilton.
There's a part in Hamilton where
Oh.
he read to Angelica, he's like, there's Angelica tomorrow, and then he says, I'm calling Macbeth.
There you go. Very nice. See, this is why I always said we read literature so we can understand pop culture, right? And it's true.
Pop culture from like the 1800s.
Absolutely. Bottom of page 121. This is the last thing we're going to do. Bottom of page 121, or in page 121. Well, I don't know. Maybe you can help me. We have so many homes in this book. Guess where George goes to when he abandons his home, when he runs away? Because it's funny, because George runs away in the middle of chapter 2. George's dad runs away in the end of chapter 2. George's dad's father is taken away in chapter 3. This is a book about loss and reclaiming what is lost. And where did George go to? The Budden house. Tell me a little about the Budden house.
Oh, boy.
How does that fit into, why does this little vignette kind of resonate? What happened with the Budden house? Once upon a time, Mr. Budden, you guys remember this? Bottom of page 121. Bottom line is, it was the bottom of page 120. There's this burned, charred house with this, it's all on page 120. There's this this charred house, and it's full of ashes, and it's the old Budden place. I guess last paragraph on page 120. A door lay lengthwise against the far wall of the shed. It was from the old Budden place, long since burned down. So we have this relic of the past, and we have this door. Of course, you guys remember the lightning door from earlier in the book, right? And now we have this idea that it's mammoth. It had 2-inch oak 2 inches thick, and its hinges and handles had been hacked at. And if you look at 4 lines from the bottom of 120, it says, or 3 lines, they like to recite the story about the winter of 06, when the snow was 12 feet high and the sun didn't shine for 3 months and Budden went mad. So here we have this tall tale, the story of Budden. And what did Budden do? Budden on page 121, he took his axe to his house. He chopped up all the furniture. He doused it with kerosene. There were firemen who came to put the fire out because he lit his house on fire, and they couldn't get through the door. I believe it's on page 56 in your book. Let me check. Yeah, if you wanted to make a connection, on page 56 is that door that Howard experiences, that lightning door, and what you get beyond the other side of it. So these firemen can't get through this door because it's too thick and too ferocious, and it explodes. And they retell this story. And what was it? You guys, don't you remember the end of the story? At the end of the story, what happens? They open the door. There's Budden's dead body, and these adult and two children are burned to death. He killed his family until what happened? His family came back on the next page, and they're like, what happened? So like they have no sense of who's alive, who's dead, who's a ghost, who's living, who's remained, who's departed, who returns. It's kind of this interesting idea of like this tragedy of family and this story. It's funny, they laugh at it, but it's kind of what George is going through right now, right? Anyway, all right. So next class, come back, or you guys at home, thanks, come back. You guys will go through what I handed you that we didn't go through today, okay? There's no way we're finishing the book tomorrow. We'll just try to cover chapter 3, okay? Thanks, guys. Sorry, I didn't mean to run you all the way to the bell.
That's fine.
It is, it's real. Yeah, you get so little school, you might as well take it. If you want to go ahead and read chapter 4 of your head, that's fine. Yeah. Oh, you got to check out on Google Classroom. You don't have to do it right now, but at some point, check out from the class. I know you're here. It doesn't matter, but it just cleans things up. Bye. Gonna miss you guys immensely and intensely. Here we go.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye. Supposed to spray tables. Bye. Hiya. Yes.
I'm gonna be out of town.
Great.
From
Right?
Thursday to Sunday.
From what?
Thursday to Sunday.
That's easy.
So,
It's easy. We're just doing this, you know? And so what I'm going to put up on Friday, I don't even know what I'm doing on Friday. I don't know how those days work, you know? And so it's going to be just going to be even maybe like a little more information, but I won't give you this thing that has to be done on Friday. I mean, if you have the ability to check in on a computer, will you have the ability to check in?
No.
Okay, then what you should do, you should have Ma or Pa call you in.
Okay.
Because that way, because I'm supposed to take attendance, so it's just make it just like a real thing. You'll see what I put up, but it's going to be is it'll probably be something about something about the in-class essay. Frankly, it'll say here's kind of how the in-class essay will look.
Yeah.
And it'll be something like that.
Okay.
Okay.
That's what I think.
Thanks for letting me know.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. Hello, welcome.
Hello.
These are they're wet from that, so just let them hang out for a minute.
Solid. Thank you.
So this is the inbox. Inbox. This. Period 3. Don't care about this. On its way. Good. Hello.
No.
Yeah, the desks are wet. They just have to sit there for 5 minutes. Okay, so at about like what 9:02 or 9:01. You can do that. Yeah.
I was like, it's too quiet in there. Like, I know it's still here, but like, I did not like focus on it. I was like, that's quiet. I don't know. It was too
Don't
silly.
care about that. Don't care about that. No.
I was like, oh, okay, sorry.
Don't care about anything you're talking about. New message. You really don't care.
Well, were you know I'm talking about the book that we're reading? Oh yeah. So I'm like trying to finish like the books that are on my stuff that I haven't read yet because I have all these ones coming in the mail. So I was like, I get them again. Kevin, did you see the psych quiz yet?
Yes.
Did it tell you what your score was?
Yeah. Yes.
I think I'm gonna finish this at first try. Oh my gosh, take this one. Oh my. So then, do you think I need to take it again?
No.
Okay.
Who teaches psych?
Martin.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't see the reason in taking it again if you've got it the first Okay. I don't think it tells you, it's all weird. Yeah. I mean, it was a pretty good quiz. I mean, lots of easy reads. Yeah. When you were doing school a couple weeks ago, okay, were they, when did you get there? Like 7:30? Yeah, okay, so my Wi-Fi is out of my house. So I was planning on going there tomorrow, but I was just like making sure. So like I was just kind of nervous at getting at 7:30. Yeah. And no, I've gone there for a few days, and I went at like, yeah, I think it was like 7:30. One of these kids is so cute. Thank you. It matches not at all with my outfit, but it's okay. It's September, so I'm gonna officially call it spooky season. Oh yeah, I look at your girls and I got all of them, and it's like crazy. Like
Period 3.
going wild.
Willkommen, ja? Sehr gut, ja? Sehr gut.
Yeah, and Michael, so yeah.
Okay,
There was a little weekend
Klasse
in like
werk.
August.
Klasse werken, ja? Let's proben. Nice. So this is third hour now? You're in third hour. Is that third hour coming? Okay. This is really, I gotta keep these things straight. Hey man.
Congrats, kid.
Wie geht's? Was ist? Ja? Sehr gut.
So you're using your POS too. What Wi-Fi are you on?
No say. Jeffco internal.
Internal, so not instructional.
Mhm.
Yeah, I know. It's just taking 900 days trying to load, and
Oh, really?
it kicked off. I
Kicked off YouTube Live?
I didn't have it plugged in. No, just my Zoom. So the whole thing just ran out of power in the middle of class. But now trying to reboot it for next class, it's not logging in.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't know. I don't believe I set this one up to grab full circle. I don't believe I grabbed it.
I
Just grabs what it
got it
wants.
this weekend, and I read it. Like, I started watching it last year, but I got it over the weekend, and my Wi-Fi was also like, I'm gonna read this book, and I read it in like one sitting. I read most of it in one sitting. It's so good.
It's hilarious.
It's so fun. Oh my god. What's it called? Oh, I heard you guys. Yeah.
That was a important part of my youth.
I used to read it. It's really good. Yeah.
There's a book by him called Last Chance to See. Last Chance to See. And it's a nonfiction book about animals going extinct, and it's so funny, but it's so poignant, beautiful. Yes, he died at like age 42 or 1. He died really young, so it's the last thing he wrote before he died. Super good. None of my business, but I did see your book. Are we in school here? Let's see. Are we good? This class is tiny. Is this how there was last time too?
No.
A tiny city class. Oh my gosh. A tiny class.
Oh, big.
Okay. Ooh, nice. I think we have a minute. So who's supposed to be here? Let's see. Okay, I gotta learn names. It'll take me a while. You're Stephanie. You're Heather. You're Zulema.
Yes.
You're Lennon. You're Sydney. You're Eve. That's all who's supposed to be here. Nice. Isn't that fun? Jaden is sprained her ankle. So, and then all you people there that are at home, welcome. If you're at home, I don't know if you can see me. Can you see me? Hi. I don't know if you can see me. Looks like I have 9 viewers, 8 likes. That's awesome. Good morning. Thanks for coming. Thanks for making English a part of your day. My name is Mr. Friesen. I'll be your teacher for the day. Oh, I'm getting some comments from home. That's great. I have a poem to start things off. And today's poem is called Numbers. Kind of like this poem. It's called Numbers. It's by Mary Cornish. It goes just like this. I like the generosity of numbers. The way, for example, they're willing to count anything or anyone. 2 pickles, 1 door to the room, 8 dancers dressed as swans. I like the domesticity of addition. Add 2 cups of milk and stir. The sense of plenty. 6 plums on the ground, 3 more falling from the tree. And multiplication, school of fish times fish whose silver bodies breed beneath the shadow of a boat. Even subtraction is never loss, just addition somewhere else. 5 sparrows take away 2, the 2 in someone else's garden now. There's an amplitude to long division as it opens Chinese takeout box by paper box, inside every folded cookie a new fortune. And I never fail to be surprised by the gift of an odd remainder, footloose at the end. 47 divided by 11 equals 4, with 3 remaining. 3 boys beyond their mother's call, 2 Italians off to sea, 1 sock that isn't anywhere you look. And you guys say, that was some good humming. There we go. So today the plan is, thank you, Tate. Today the plan is to say a poem, do the agenda, give out your school pictures. We have video to watch, and we're going to talk about tinkers and homework. Okay, so if you are here, I know you're here. But I still would like people to check into Google Classroom, and here's why. Because Google Classroom does this thing where it says you have a missing assignment, but and it doesn't matter, you're here, but it just cleans it all up nicely. So if you guys could check in, so like at the beginning of class, even if you are here, check in, but definitely at home. If you don't check in, I mark you absent. And if you don't check in within this little window at the beginning of class, I mark you late. So you better check in if you're at home. See? Okay. Today is school picture day. Okay, so I have your school pictures. Let's see. Anybody else here? Here we go. These are awesome pictures. Let's see. She's not here. Oh, these aren't really your pictures. I think these are just the fact that you have them taken, and they're like, would you like to order a whole bunch of these?
Yeah.
It's you, yep. Look at that, yay! Nice. Isn't that fun?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. School picture day, big day for all kids across America. If you have, I'll give you your school pictures tomorrow, you smart kids who are at home. All right, here we go. Next, we do this. Oh, yeah, I've got a video. You guys at home should watch this video. I'm going to put it on right now. I just kind of think it's, I don't know, maybe it'll get us in the right mood to talk about Tinkers. The first line in Tinkers is, George Washington Crosby began to hallucinate 8 days before he died. So I found this little video. I think it's kind of fun. Here we go. Watch it at home.
These are roughly 28,835 jelly beans. I counted out 500 of them and used those to weigh the rest. In this pile, there's 1 jelly bean for each day that the average American will live. You might have more beans in your life, or maybe less, but on average, this is the time we have. Here's a single bean. It's your very first day. A special day, but kind of a rough day on everyone involved. Add 364 more and you have the first year of your life. Now, for a sense of scale, here are your first 15 years, 5,475 days, which brings us to the threshold of adulthood. And at that moment, this is the time that we have left. And this is, on average, what we will do with all that time. We will be asleep for a total of 8,477 days. If we're lucky, some of that time we'll be sleeping next to someone we love. We will be in the process of eating, drinking, or preparing food for 1,635 days. We'll be at work, hopefully doing something satisfying, for the equivalent of 3,202 of those days. 1,099 days will be spent commuting or traveling from one place to another, maybe a little bit more if you live in LA. On average, we will watch television in one form or another for a total of 2,676 days. Household activities like chores and tending to our pets and shopping will take another 1,576 days. And we will care for the needs and well-being of others, our friends and family, for 564 days. We'll spend 671 days bathing, grooming, and doing all other bathroom-related activities. And another 720 days will go to community activities like religious and civic duties, charities, and taking classes. After we remove all those beans, this is what remains. This is the time that we have left. Time for laughing, swimming, making art, going on hikes, text messages, reading, checking Facebook, playing softball, maybe even teaching yourself how to play the guitar. So what are you going to do with this time? How much of it do you think you've already used up? If you only had half of it, what would you do differently? What about half of that? How much time have you already spent worrying instead of doing something that you love? What if you just have one more day? What are you going to do today?
Well, that was something, wasn't it? And for you guys at home, huh? You watching that? And this is the True Facts guy who narrated this. If you guys don't know True Facts, you should look up True Facts. It's good stuff. Okay, anyway, so here's what we're going to do today, my friends. We're going to talk about tinkers. I want to talk to you about the explication, the text assignment, which is the Q2 assignment. And then I want to talk to you about chapter 2 and then maybe chapter 3. We didn't get that far last class. So here I have to be honest with you. I like to talk about tinkers. However, the structure of our course is very strange. So if we talk about 2 today and 3 tomorrow and then come back next week, well, then all of a sudden you're writing a paper and then we're turning in our first paper in October, which is really weird, you know? But on the flip side, it takes time to do things and you want to do things well. So I don't really know. And I don't know how Friday of this week is going to work either, because Friday, this is our first remote Friday. And we are supposed to give you work to do on Friday. But what work would we do except for this work that we're doing? So I don't know. If I had to guess, you have to finish the book in order to do anything. So that's the first goal. The in-class essay, it has to be a timed essay because that's a skill we're working on. So does that mean next week I have you guys take a timed essay when you're here? Does that mean I assign it sometime when you're at home? Does that mean I use one of those weird Fridays for it? But of course we don't have the Friday next week because next week you have the SAT. So I honestly don't know how to do this. So I also, and I don't want to rush through Tinkers, but I also know we've already been doing it for a couple of weeks and it usually takes me a week to get through Tinkers. And I know the Iliad is coming and I know, and we don't have to read the Iliad. We could read another book, but it still takes forever. So I don't know. I'd like to talk about chapter 2 today. I'd like to talk about chapter 3. Definitely not going to talk about chapter 4, but we'll see where we get. But I do want to give you this assignment today, the explicación de text assignment. If you are at home, this assignment is in the materials for today, but you're going to get a copy of it tomorrow. I'll hand it to you tomorrow. So this is a part of the, let me see what it's called. It's called, where's my thing? It's called Steps for Close Reading. And it's in the extra assignment stuff. So I'm giving this out today, but I'll give it to you tomorrow, but you should open it up for what we're doing right now. It's in that little thing. It's called Steps for Close Reading. So here you guys go. This is one of our first handouts. This is so exciting. Today is the yellow handout day for some reason. Of course. So we've already done or talked a little bit about explications. I already gave you some work to this end, and I'm going to put it up here on the blow-up machine just for a second. So if I press this button here, yep, and I do this. So I gave you this, and unfortunately in this class we didn't have time to go through this at length. Come on, focus. And there we go. I gave this to you guys last week where it was this passage from page 34 of Tinkers, where Howard went to the, did we talk about this in this class? I don't believe we had time in period 3. Period 1, we actually attacked this. You guys, we did something else, I'm sure, just as interesting. But I gave you this piece of paper last week, and this is essentially the second question on the AP exam. On the AP exam, there are 3 essays. The first one is always, Q1 is always a poem. It's always poetry. Q2 is always prose, which is writing in paragraphs. And then Q3 is open. These 2 questions are basically a close read. And so you're given something you've never read before, either a poem you've never read before or a passage from a book you've never heard of. And then you have to do like this kind of thing. The following passages from Harding's novel, Tinkers. And you're like, I've never read Tinkers. In the passage, this is going on. Howard is peddling his wares to rural persons in Maine in the early 20th century. Then it always says, read the passage carefully. Then it always says, write an essay in which you analyze how, most important word in AP English, how Harding, the author, employs literary devices to make meaning. I also gave you this handout last week. And this was 1999. In the following passages from Cormac McCarthy's novel, The Crossing. Anybody read The Crossing? Of course not. It describes a dramatic experience. Ooh, read the passage carefully. Then in a well-organized essay, show how McCarthy's techniques convey the impact of the experience on the main character. And you're like, what do I do with that? And you're given this passage. We didn't have time to watch this. Did we read this now? Do you guys have this in your notebook right now?
Yeah.
If you have it, take it out. Let's just do this real quick. If you don't have this at home, it's in the materials today. If you don't, I can give you a copy. Does anybody want an extra copy? Here, there you go. Lovely. Anybody else? I gave you one of those. Cool. So do me a favor on this one. Just if you're in the room or at home, I'm just going to give you a couple minutes just to read this, okay? Just read this, okay? So you're taking the AP exam, you're stressed, you're worried, you're like, can I get college credit on this? Can I do better than my friend? Okay, and here we go. So read this little passage by the time he reached the first talus, okay? Just read that real quick. Suggested time 40 minutes. I'm sorry. Now you have 36 minutes and you haven't even started, right? And you have to read this, understand it, think about it, create an essay, craft the essay, and write the essay in 40 minutes. And then you have to do it again and again. It's just really hard. When you haven't read the book, you're like, But we'll go through some processes all year this year to make this a little more accessible. I think this passage is almost identical to Tinker's. Because this to me reminds me of those passages where Howard's out in the woods and all of a sudden things get a little crazy, you know? And you're like, oh, but bottom line is what you're going to be doing is just as complex as something like this. How do you write this essay? Well, I'm going to give you tips and tricks all year. Your first time you have to do this year for me is it's a Q2 question, but you're going to get to pick the passage from a book you've already read, and you get to write it at home. Okay, so we're removing the fact you don't know the book, the fact that it's timed, and the fact that it was selected for you. So hopefully this assignment will be pretty accessible for you. So I gave you a little handout in yellow, right? This is a handout that's called Steps for a Close Reading. And this, I did not write this, but I modified this it's from this thing called Patterns, Polarities, Problems, Paradigms, Puzzles, and Perception. And it was an article in an online journal. Years ago, I started doing this assignment, this explication assignment. I've always done close reading because it's always been question 2. But I started doing this explication, and then for years I was the only person. But now it's my understanding that some of the teachers in 9th and 10th and our grade are using this language. So this may be a little familiar to you, which is great. So what we're going to be doing is an explication. So what is an explication? Explication is from the Latin explicare, which means to unfold, to fold out, to make a clear meaning of. So you're unfolding a passage. It's a finely detailed, very specific examination of a short poem, and it started in the French school of formalist criticism in the early 1900s, and they would apply it to poetry, but we can apply it to anything that holds meaning. So it's an examination of a short poem or a short selected passage from a longer work. In order to find the focus or design of the work, either in its entirety, in the case of a shorter poem, or in the case of a selected passage, here's the part that matters, the last sentence. The meaning of the microcosm containing or signaling the meaning of the macrocosm. So you're given a small piece of text called the micro, and then you have to tap it into the macro. Now, for you guys with Tinkers, you'll have an easier time because you've read the book and you know what the macrocosm is, right? However, the macrocosm is always why? The macrocosm is always commentary on human condition, you know? So we always can do that. So when you read this passage about the guy and the wolf, you don't have to relate it to the macro of the book, the what? You have to relate it to the macro of the why, which is like, what does it mean to wrestle between life and death? That's what this passage is about with the wolf. This passage is about what? It's about, the wolf passage is about the physicality and its connection to the spiritual, which is something that is the larger context for everybody. This is a passage about man's place as a singular force amidst an enjoined cosmos. This is a place about things which are static and move at the same time. This is a passage about loss and recuperation, which is everything Tinkers is about. So when we say that it's looking at a micro, signaling the macro is just what we try to arrive at all the time. Back to the handout. To this end, close reading calls attention to all dynamic tensions. I'm going to come back to that in a second. Polarities or problems in the imagery, style, literal content, diction, etc. By examining and thinking about opening up the way a work is perceived, writers establish a central pattern, a design that orders the narrative, and that will in turn order the organization of any essay about the work. Samuel Taylor Coleridge knew about this method when he referred to it as the germ of the work. Germ not meaning something that is sick, but germ meaning something which is a small thing which then holds the potential for life to expand out of it. Very often, language creates a visual dynamic as well as verbal coherence. In that first line of that second paragraph, it talks to dynamic tensions. I do believe that's one of the secrets to my class, is if you can think about the world in terms of dynamic tensions, you're in a good place. Dynamic tensions are, in order to have tension, you must have multiple points of force. And so to have tension, you have to have two things. And once you have two things, you can decide what the tension is going to be. If we have two things, do they stay apart from each other? Are they pulled together? Are they pulled together for a while until they repel each other? Do they bounce off each other? Do they interact with each other and form a cohesive whole, like a plug and a socket in a wall? Do they crash and smash? If black and white come together, do we get a yin yang symbol? Do we get gray? What happens? So the dynamic tensions are the constantly changing forces. That's why in my class, you're going to see me hold up two hands a lot. I'm going to talk about the foot book a lot because I'm going to talk about the tensions between forces a lot. So anyway, back on the sheet. A close reading or explication de texte operates on the premise that that literature as artifice, something that is created, will be more fully understood and appreciated to the extent that the nature and interrelations of the parts are perceived. That understanding will take the form of insight into the theme of the work in question. That when we appreciate it with our heart, it's maybe because we've used our head to break it down. This kind of work must be done before you can begin to appropriate any theoretical or specific literary approach. Follow these directions so you don't follow what Miss Arabelle says about the magical web of Charlotte and Charlotte's Web. I don't understand it, and I don't like what I don't understand. Okay, so it's a slow process to understanding. So there are a series of steps that are listed down below, and we're not going to go through all of them, but I do want to kind of highlight this for you. This handout is intended to help you when you're like, what do I do? So the steps below are kind of pre-reading things. So once you select a passage from the novel, kind of go through the steps and see what you can find. So the first thing you look for is figurative language, you know? And, you know, are there similes, metaphors, images? Are there symbols? Look for kind of multiple meanings of these things. So look for figurative language. Then go through again and look at diction. Just look at individual word choices. So if you take out like just this passage from The Crossing, like what is a single word that you could write about? Like the word ordained, you know, or the word penitent. Or in here you have the word, you have, what is that one that I love so much? Groundful. No, the matrix, you know? And so find the power of single words. But the whole point of like finding the specific words is spend time with those words. Don't just say, oh yeah, matrix means this. Maybe look the word up in the dictionary. Look for alternate meanings. Because sometimes the word has resonances in more than one area of connotation. Do not assume you just know what a word means the first time around. Other steps include number 3, literal content. That's just, do you understand what's going on? Because sometimes knowing the literal, like who, what, when, where of the passage matters. You might consider 4, structure, how it's built. Particularly when we look at poetry, we're going to look at how it's built. You know, if I put that Numbers poem back up and I said, let's just look at the way that thing's built, you would immediately say, ooh, stanzas or whatever. So because poetry is a thing unto itself, the structure is all internal. But your passage might still have some structure to it. You might have some repetitions to it. You might have there might be sort of a natural progression of paired oppositions. There might be some framing of things that repeat. Style would be just maybe sentence structure, the way the author kind of puts sentences together. In that Crossing thing you read, the first paragraph, short, expressive, direct sentences. Second paragraph, that incredibly long sentence as he's now becoming kind of one with the night. And then, of course, that third paragraph, which was maybe one big old sentence. I don't know. But maybe we're wandering with the wolf as the language is wandering with the person, he's experience. But look for I don't know, are there internal rhymes? Are there ways that words are grouped together, just structured together? Not what they mean as much as just kind of how they're presented. You might have characters in your passage, and characterization is a technique that authors use to create meaning. So maybe you have characters in there looking for language describing characters. Tone is pretty complex. But do you notice how we start easy? Steps 1 through like 6 are kind of easy. Step 7, though, is tone. Tone is the attitude of the speaker about the subject. And that's a little tricky. Many people think it's the key to good writing is that you have to understand tone. But we're not there until you've already spent a good deal of time with the passage before you get to tone. And then finally, step 8 is an assessment. But I like this one. It says the step number 8 is not to suggest a reduction. There's my answer, which is funny because George is attempting to come up with a final assessment of his life. But at the end, we're not shutting the door. We're not saying, there you are, George, simple. We're saying, there you are, complex. So we're not reducing. A close reading or explication should enable you to problematize and expand your understanding of the text. So I really like that your assessment doesn't collapse the piece. It opens it. In my class, I'm going to write this over and over on almost every assignment I give you. Do not explain anything to me. explore things. Because I believe that when you explain things, you absolutely limit them. And when you explore them, you show that they are complex by nature. You know, there's a situation in Portland, Oregon right now. People will try to explain it and they will try to reduce it to something. But if you explore it, you might realize, wow, it's a part of a dynamic tension that's worth considering. And so explaining is, I don't know, we're taught to do this. We're taught to explain this, you know, and science is explanatory, but the human condition is so much more advanced. So even though you're assessing it, you're trying to expand the meaning. If you flip on that sheet, it says context. You will be able to put your piece in context, I think, because you'll be able to say, this is the 4th vignette in chapter 4, and it is at this point in the story. So you might be able to do a little bit of where your piece fits, you know, but keep in mind, there's always context to the larger human condition. Number 10 is texture, which is, it's kind of hard. At the end of the day, texture is just the overall kind of feeling. It might be kind of mood. And you can't get that. That you can't get it from one line or one word. The texture is kind of the cohesion of how all that stuff comes together and what it ultimately kind of, I don't know, feels like a little bit. But then the whole point is to get to number 11. Step 11 is theme. Like, what is this passage really about? And instead of starting with that, that's like the second to last thing you get to, because you've already spent a ton of time looking up words and considering sentences. Like, you've gone through and said, okay, my passage has 7 sentences. The first sentence is 7 words. The second sentence is 3 words. The fifth sentence is whatever. My sentence has this many dependent clauses, or my sentences are all written in the imperative. My images, there are 3 images of ships and 2 images of water, but those 2 water images are interesting not connected. And you've done all this before you come up to theme. How the thing was written, you spend a ton of time with that, and then eventually you said, why? What's the bigger meaning in this thing? Is it about illusion versus reality? Is it about the constancy of change? And then all of a sudden you're able, step 12, to maybe write a thesis, like a single claim. What does this passage mean? Now, for you to do this with the crossing in 40 minutes in class, it's super hard. You could, I believe, spend hours analyzing this, you know, but you get 40 minutes. But the one you're going to turn in for me, you get as much time as you want. And some of you will spend, some of you at home, like and subscribe, some of you will spend 3 hours writing this paper. Some people will spend 11 hours writing this paper. You guys know which one you are? Are you a 3 hour? It's a 3-page paper. How long is a 3-page paper? Your first paper for Friesen and AP English take, you know? And you're like, all I got is time now, Friesen. I'll spend more than, you know, I don't know. I do think you should I think you should keep track of how long you spend doing things, you know, because it's a really good skill to have before college, just to know how long school takes, not necessarily what you have to do, but just how long does it take, you know? If you had to guess right now, how long does it take you? Let's just do this. How long does it take you to write a 3-page paper? What do you think? What do you think? Sydney, what do you think? 3-page paper. What do you think, Stephanie? Heather, look at that. I know your names. 4.5 hours? Hour and a half a page? What do you think? 5-ish? Hour a page? Are we talking an hour a page to write a paper that you're proud of? So next semester when you have to write a case book for me, it's like 12 to 15 pages. So isn't it nice when they give you an assignment, they say you only have 40 minutes, go? Is there somewhat of a relief in that? It's like, at least it's done. No. This piece of paper, I did not write this. I excerpt this from an article. But it's a way to think about close reading, to go through several steps, okay? I think you should read this on your own, slow down. I whipped through it. I think you should read this, and then we're going to do several of these this year. So like when we do it with the Iliad, I'll be like, hey, take that handout back out and go back and look at it again and think about it a little bit. The one thing about this class is we do the same paper over and over. If you took Mr. Webb's class last year or you were in another class, you probably wrote different kinds of paper. We write one paper this year, all year. All we do all year long is talk about how authors make meaning. That's all we do, over and over and over. And so the good thing about this class is when I give you a paper, a lot of times it feels like the last paper, but what's changed is the book, and now we're just applying that. So I think you get good at the skill because we're just doing it over and over. And I believe ultimately that this skill will transfer to any discipline. How does a bridge need to be structured in order to create a more efficient traffic pattern, or whatever, I think this is all we ever do. Okie dokie artichokes. So now I've given you that. Now the actual assignment, we're going to go over the actual assignment tomorrow in class. So if you're at home, we'll do this tomorrow. If you're here, I'm going to hand it to you so we can go over it tomorrow. This is the actual assignment. It actually tells you what you need to do, which is you're going to need to pick a passage. You're going to need to analyze, But here are 8 steps. So we'll do this tomorrow, but I wanted you to have that for today. Okie dokie artichokes. You guys have any questions? So far, so good? Okay, so far, so awful. Now, let me give you this. If you're at home, we are now going to look at the thing called explication model, savage and superb, okay? Savage and superb. And what savage and superb is, oh dear. Oh, let's take those away. Those are some nice words. Okay, so savage and superb. What if I do this? And then what if I do this? Yeah. Okay. This piece of paper, you'll be able to find it because it has 2 big black bars on it, okay? This is a passage from Joseph Conrad's Heart of Darkness. So I'm going to give this to you. And this is kind of halfway in between the thing on the crossing and the thing you're going to do. Because this is anybody in here read Heart of Darkness? Of course not, okay? Heart of Darkness is a story of a man named Marlowe. And Marlowe is our narrator. The story is told in the first person. It's only like 85 pages. People love to read it because they think it's really easy because it's 85 pages. But this guy puts about a 400-page book into 85 pages. It's so incredibly dense. I have never taught Heart of Darkness because I don't know if I could do it. In Heart of Darkness, Marlowe, a Londoner, travels to the Congo, which is in Africa. At the time, Africa was partially unknown. So many maps of Africa were dark in the middle because nobody knew what was in there. So when he travels into the heart of this unknown continent, he runs into a series of people that start to challenge the way he sees things. He is going to Africa to relieve a character. The book is written by Conrad. Conrad is the author. It's the story of how Marlowe, who is the narrator, goes to fetch a guy named Kurtz. And Kurtz is a person he was supposed to be collecting ivory. I'm going to take that back from you, Len, unless you want it. It's okay. You can keep it. I don't care. But it doesn't really matter. Yeah, you guys are taking notes on a book. I'm just giving this as background. On the AP exam, you wouldn't even know this. Kurtz has gone mad, and Marlowe is supposed to relieve him of his job. And so he finds this man who's mad. And so then the whole thing is, well, there's not the whole thing. I can't explain it. But like the idea is that the heart of darkness is both within the world. The world is unknown, but then ourselves are unknown. But at the core, there's something dark. Anyway, at one point in the story, Marlowe encounters the woman that Kurtz is with, and her name, she doesn't have a name, but she's called the Intended. Okay, so what I'm going to do right now is I want to read this little passage from Heart of Darkness to you, and then I want you to read an explication. And what are you trying to figure out? You're trying to figure out not what was written here, because you didn't read Heart of Darkness, it doesn't matter. You're trying to analyze how are explications written. What is this person doing? And this is a very good explication, not written for this class. This is a college level paper written for a college course, okay? So it's not trying to fit like the AP rubric or whatever, okay? So here we go. And by the way, if this was all written out, you can see that this essay is about 3.5 pages, but it's also in like 11-point font. It's a little smaller font here. So this is about how much you'd have to read. Or right, here we go. So the passage goes like this, from Heart of Darkness. And from right to left along the lighted shore, moved a wild and gorgeous apparition of a woman. She walked with measured steps, draped in striped and frigid cloths, treading the earth proudly, with a slight jingle and flash of barbarous ornaments. She carried her head high. Her hair was done in the shape of a helmet. She had brass leggings to the knee, brass wire gauntlets to the elbow, a crimson spot on her tawny cheek. Innumerable necklaces of glass beads on her neck. Bizarre things, charms, gifts of witchmen that hung about her, glittered and trembled at every step. She must have had the value of several elephant tusks upon her. She was savage and superb, wild-eyed and magnificent. There was something ominous and stately in her deliberate progress. And in the hush that had fallen suddenly upon the whole sorrowful land, the immense wilderness, the colossal body of fecund and mysterious life seemed to look at her, pensive, as though it had been looking at the image of its own tenebrous and passionate stroll. And you guys go, Now read what somebody wrote about it. So read this little essay. Did I give you guys an AP rubric? Is that enough time? Yes, we okay? So what I have here, everything in blue, the writer quoted at some point. Everything in green, the writer spent time with at some point. So one of the first things I would want to recommend that your explication does is that it never leaves the text behind. It keeps the text front and center, and it very much as a major point. You're never retelling, but you're constantly quoting from the passage. Why don't you guys turn to Smart Kids next to you? What do you think? From this, what does an explication look like? What do you think is easy about it? How is it structured? What do you do? Like, just talk a little bit about this assignment. What do you think? And just what did you notice that you think this thing does well? Because this thing does it well. So what's good about this paper? Talk to Smart Kids next to you. What do you think explications are? What do they look like? So if you're at home, talk to people next to you, or if you're by yourself, take your stuffed animals out and then talk to them. Okay. Okay. What is something we notice about this? Let's say them out loud so people at home can hear and you guys can hear. What is something we notice about this? I said one thing is there's just a clear attention to the text and lots of quotes. Yay. What else? Anything? Yeah, Heather.
We'll make sure not to get muddled in the narrator's statement. Make sure we're just saying that's the author.
Good. So the name Conrad appeared quite a bit, and it was very clear that this center of this was not the woman that's the subject, not the narrator who's giving it this, but we kept going back to the author's choices. Good. So here's, that's a clear, you're going to be writing about Harding. Okay. Even though the passage might be about Howard, you're going to be writing about the things you think Harding did while he was sitting at his little computer saying, I think he deliberately placed jarring repetition at the beginning of this. Okay. Focus on the author. Good. What else? Focus on the author is good. Keeping a lot of text in there is good. What else? Good. Very good. So even the paragraphs are part to whole thing, and you don't have to, but 99% of them go kind of chronologically through the passage. Start at the beginning and work your way through to the end. Now there's of course talking about how each part resonates with the whole, and if you read Heart of Darkness, you'd be talking about how it resonates with the whole. But at the end of the day, yeah. So each one, it kind of took little parts, each paragraph. So small digestible chunks. So one of the first things you'd do is you'd say, okay, what do I have? Well, I'm going to do this chunk, then this chunk, then this chunk, then this chunk, and you'd walk us through it, okay? Because it's a lot easier to do that, frankly. Paragraphs based on larger ideas, save that for your imagery paper, okay? This one, just walk through it. So if I don't know, people are like, how do I start? I would say, I would say the passage begins with a movement from right to left. And this idea, and I would immediately start with what's the first thing that you picked? Because you picked where to pull the thing from. The poet picked where to start the poem, but you picked where to pick the prose from, And so, you could do that. Good. So moving through in chunks. Good. Anything else? Did you guys notice some of the quotes had like page numbers? You may quote from other parts of the book. If they're not in the passage, you may quote from other parts of the book, but you should do it in very limited capacity. It should always just be in support of what's here. If you're going to pull stuff from lots of pages, that's your imagery paper, okay? This paper is just one passage. But if there's like a line, you're like, oh my God, looking at the image, that was also 4 pages later, and I want to just pull that thing together, that's fine, but only as the other thing would serve this thing, okay? Another thing I would say is this is not structured the way I think you would want to structure it, because I want a thesis statement. Where's the thesis for this essay? If you had to point to it, I think it's kind of hiding right here, like kind of halfway in the middle of this little section here. I think there's a really lovely thesis there. It says something like, despite her spatial distance from the indistinct human mass with which Marlowe contrasts her, she retains an abstruse, oh my gosh, and apparitional quality. She appears to Marlowe both feral and attractive, as bodily yet otherworldly. The woman's ambiguous presentation in Conrad's text illuminates the complex intersection of savage and civilized fears as Marlowe portrays it. I think that's a thesis. It's a really good thesis. And I think you need to set your thesis apart in one of two ways. You make it its own little paragraph, or you stick it at the end of the introductory paragraph, because one of the 6 points we give is for the thesis. And when I score papers and I teach people how to score papers, I'm like, point to the thesis. And if they can point to a sentence or two that have a central claim, that's the thesis. But it's a heck of a lot easier if you set them out there for somebody to find. I actually told my students last year to underline your thesis in your paper, because during the AP exam, you get a point for a thesis. And if that person had underlined it, I'm like, oh yeah, that's a great thesis. Otherwise, where do you look for a thesis? The first sentence or at the end of the intro, usually, right? And if it's not there, you're like, oh, does this have a thesis? And the answer is, of course this has a thesis. One of my students last year who didn't do as well as he or she should have, when I reread that kid's paper, I'm like, I bet this person didn't think that it had a thesis because it was hiding, And the last thing I'll say is this thing embraces complexity. Look for sentences, just the way sentences start, you can tell it's complex. The word despite starting a sentence forces complexity. The word while forces complexity. You talk complex intersection. You have, well, actually, look at the last paragraph. If you look at the very last paragraph, the last paragraph is almost a whole page long. You should never do a block quotation, okay? This was not written for my class, okay? I don't need a block quotation because I actually have this whole thing. I would rather, all of this is not necessary. What I like is at the end where we pull the little word, couple word things out at the end, okay? But did you see, look at the last sentence of this essay. Ultimately, however, that's it. That's all I need as a reader to be like, what did this student build to? And this student built to a complexity, because however forces a complexity. You're going to get an application back. UCLA accepts many good candidates. Your application is outstanding. However, oh crap, there's a complex tension there, right? So, however, despite, as long as, I create this handout, I show this to my students sometimes. It's so obvious. Like when you create your eHarmony or Tinder profile, ultimately you need complex things to get a date, right? If you want to tell an AP grader you're worth dating, you use words like this in your paper. While, although, paradox, perhaps, moreover, rather, juxtapose, even though, connotes. These are words that just show you're wrestling with complexity, because they force you to say more than one thing. You have to juggle attention in order to use the word rather. Rather than this, that. Even though this, that. This connotes that. If this, then that. Make sense? So these words are just cues or clues to more complex thinking. And I think you have that little tension, because you yourself are trying to understand and explain, but you should never shut the door. Never say, this is this. You should say, this has this while it resonates with this, and it ultimately suggests this. Look at that first, look at the second sentence on the last page, second line. Conrad, through Marlowe, acknowledges the ambiguity. If you arrive at ambiguity, that's a good thing, Does this make sense what you're supposed to do? So then you have to find a passage. Your passage could be from something in chapter 1 or something that we've talked about in class. That's great. It's totally up to you. So we've done this. What an explication is handout. We did the model explication. Tomorrow we're going to do another model explication. So you at home will do another one. It's from a book called The English Patient. And we'll just read that one. That one was written for my class. This one was not written for my class. And then we'll kind of go from there. So all you should be doing right now is kind of just hunting for a passage. How long should the passage be? You probably saw that this kid wrote 3.5 pages on something this big. This is way too much, okay? You'd get this much on an AP exam because they know you're just looking for anything and they want to give you a bunch of stuff, but your passage is probably about half this long. I gave you the handout with the assignment. If you look at the assignment, it's a one-page handout. They're all yellow. I should have made them different colors. On the back, there's a little model, and you can see it's a pretty short little passage there. You know, this is just one of the paragraphs from the little section. So you'll just grab something. Gosh, this is pretty long too. This is probably almost too long for what you have to do. Comments, questions? We good? All right. Can I have the How to Darkness thing back? Okay, it's on the computer. Yeah, it's on the computer. Well, it matches. It looks like. And all these are available for you. All right, so now we're here until what? 10, 18. Oh, no, we haven't even talked about the book. Let's talk about the book. Chapter 2. Here we go. Find your book. Let's just talk about something fun. Chapter 2. When we last left off, I believe Howard was having a seizure. And unfortunately, because my timing is so lousy in this class, Howard was having a seizure at Christmas dinner, and then I think we just left class like right when that was happening, and it was kind of awful. But that's kind of where we'll start today. We'll talk a little bit about the structure of, let's do this. If I do this, yeah, then we don't have to look at words for a little bit. So in chapter, if you read chapter 3, we'll barely touch on that today. But all I kind of want to do is I'm happy to talk to you about anything in the book you guys want to talk about. But I kind of have to decide how I'm going to talk about it. And I just kind of grab things and then I run with them a little bit. So what I want to run with today is the consequence of George seeing his father's seizure and having his hand bitten. So if you guys could go to page... It's in your book. It's on page 96. And this is sort of what we're left with. Did we talk about this? I don't think we did. I think we crashed in this class. On page 96, this is December 25th, 1926. This is Howard having the seizure in front of his children, him becoming unhinged. We talked a little bit about that, but help me out. Did we do this last little part? I don't think we did. I don't think we got to George's revelation. So we have this little section on the bottom of 96, top of 97. That's George's revelation. And so we have near the bottom of 96, Daddy's broken, as Joe squealed. Okay. And so this is a book about all kinds of things which are broken and mended, things which are, disorganized and reunited. And on the very bottom of 96, we have a point of view shift. And within this moment where Howard is seizing on the floor, we are cast into George's mind. And this point of view shift that we have is it's kind of, well, it's certainly noted to us clearly with the italics. But what we have is we have this movement of perspective. And this book is all about shifting perspectives. And we're no longer looking at George getting bit and his father seizing as an observer. Now we're inside George's mind, which is kind of funny because we've been in George's mind, I think, the whole time. Last paragraph on 86. You tell me what you notice. Think about word choice, imagery, patterns. Think about sentence structure. Here we go. Bottom of 96. There was so much noise from my father's boots kicking the floor and kicking the legs of the table, so that everything on it jumped and crashed back down or leapt off the table and clattered or shattered on the floor. Glass and food and forks and knives were all over the floor, and Buddy the dog whined and barked, and Joe and Darla screamed, but my father was in the middle of it, strangely quiet, as if concentrating or distracted, as wires and springs and ribs and guts popped and exploded and unraveled and unhinged. He was smiling when he nearly bit my fingers off, or it felt like he did. And that was quiet too. My mother got hold of his chin, and I forced the cedar stick into those bloody teeth, and I didn't feel like I might be hurting a person anymore, which made me sicker. And there was blood everywhere from my fingers, which seemed detached from my hand and just to dangle from it, although I could feel the blood thumping in them. And there was blood all over my father's face and in his mouth, which was my blood, and his hair, and on the floor, which was his blood from the cut he got on his head when it hit the chair as he fell. And for some reason, I noticed Russell the cat bobbing his head with ears pricked up and his eyes wide and his pupils contracted and his little triangle nose twitching as he sniffed and stared at the blood. Instead of terror, though, I thought, so this is what it is. I know what it is now. My father is not a werewolf or a bear or a monster, and now I can run away. What do you guys notice? Ooh, 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 what jumps out? Heather.
Not really the words that surround them, but the conjunctions that just absolutely litter this entire passage.
Like, can you point to like one reference point? Yes. The answer is yes, but where?
Bottom of 96, about 3 lines down, left off the table and flattered or shattered on the floor.
Very nice. Hi, Mr. Chris. No, what's up? I believe she is the one. Let me check. Yes, she sprained her ankle, so she's working from home today.
Okay. Thank you.
No worries. How are you today, Mr. Christie? You want to
I'm
come?
happy to be here.
Are you?
I'm really happy to be here.
It's a lovely day, isn't it?
It is. It's a beautiful weekend.
Nice. Did you get your school pictures too?
My school pictures. I did. Take care, guys.
Bye. If you guys want to drop things, you call that polysyndeton. Poly meaning many, syndeton meaning conjunctions. Asyndeton is no conjunctions. And I don't care if you call it polysyndeton or not, but what you do call it is there are a lot of conjunctions or a lot of ands. And what does that do? It creates what? The frenetic pace, the overwhelming, and it also creates a beat. I think there's a beat to it too. What else do we notice about this passage? Lemon.
There's a lot of words like jumped, kicked, crashed, flattered, shattered, and to me that's all kind of falling into disarray, which is kind of what this scene does. It's kind of where they transition from this family where it's in order, like he hides his siblings from his children to basically his wife decide she wants to send him away from disarray.
Nice. So the stasis of nouns to the action of verbs, right? Jumped and clattered and leapt and unraveled and exploded and popped and hinged. And so, yeah, the idea of the chaotic nature that the verbs bring into. Thank you, Lennon. And you're Rachel, right? No. Who are you? Eve. Why did I think you were Rachel? Eve, hold on. I'm going to memorize that forever. Got it. Hey.
I was going to say what she said where like the team order versus chaos.
Right.
Because like George's mom tries to keep order in the household, and then when he gets his seizures, like this first scene is very chaotic with things flying off the table.
Right.
And him kicking his legs and everything.
Nice. Absolutely. Yes, Heather, go ahead. Sure.
Sorry.
No, you're
After
good.
that, while there's this complete chaos going on in the outside environment, George has reached this inward conclusion that provides clarity. So there's
Nice.
this contradiction.
Yeah, the strangely quiet nature of his father is mirrored, I think, in George's revelation, which is strangely quiet at the end of this passage, too. Oh, so that's what it is, you know? So I like that. Yeah, very nice. Anything else? Yes, thanks.
So in 97, there was a lot of blood mentioned. It was like there was blood everywhere from my fingers, which seemed to touch on my hand, and then it says, like, it's just defining where the blood came from or whose blood it was.
Right.
And I think that's just, it causes like chaos and kind of like a alert for danger.
Absolutely. And you got to love Russell the cat too. This cute little cat that's there is like, oh, blood. You're like, are you kidding me? I don't know if you're secretly scared of your pets, but anyway, how long do you think if we ran out of food before your pets would eat you? Like if you died in your house and your pets were there and your pets couldn't get out, how long before they started eating you? Sorry, go ahead, Stephanie. What can I say to help?
Something that I was thinking about is like, when they were like cutting the hand, the cat was like shooting her look away and like he commented on that. So, I think this like scene, like he ends it with talking about how like his father isn't like a monster, but now he can run away from like dehumanizing his father.
Nice, yes.
It's, like,
Dehumanizing, she said.
It's interesting how the cat will like is interested by this like animalistic scene, but like, this domestic scene of like cutting the hand is like it's uninterested about it.
Yes, and so we have this this moment, which is it's an inherent. You said he was dehumanizing him, but what's the very last thing he says? My father's just a man. So while we're dehumanizing him, we're humanizing him. It's kind of saying. And you talked about the domestic scene, and so we have this wild, the scene, the wild. This is a wild and domestic scene. And those words should never go together, right? But we have wild animals and blood and all this within this incredible domestic scene too. Okay, so what we have then, and then we learn about, Kathleen kind of resents this. And I have so much sympathy for Kathleen, and she's also an incredibly awful human, as she resents the situation she's been put in. But here, I want to go to page 100 in your hymnal. On page 100, so now we got to go get George's hand fixed. So it's very clearly the next morning. So this is December the 26th. We're going to go get George's hand fixed. And we're going to go to Dr. Box. Last paragraph on page 100. The walk to Dr. Box's house. And I kind of want to talk about houses for a minute. Because we are not going to Dr. Box. We're going to Dr. Box's house. The author in this book made a choice. George doesn't go to a medical clinic. Doctor doesn't come to visit George. The author makes us go to a house. And this is a book about going home in many ways. And what's the difference between home and a house? So bottom line, as we have this moment, like 5 lines from the bottom 100, this kind of threshold moment where dark and light are mixing, where we have the idea that the horizon, we're walking toward the horizon and this border between this. Because right now, where is George? He's in this middle ground, this hazy middle ground between child and adult, between unknowing and knowing, between feeling safe at home and feeling endangered, between feeling like he's in a wild world or a domestic world. George is living in this intersection between this. And so as we walk towards this house on the top of 101, Dr. Box's house was tucked into the last bend of the road. And she was expecting to see it with its 2-story building, its wraparound porch. So there's this expectation that everything is where it should be, right? Things are, because we have the porch before, which is falling off the house. We have the Budden house later, which is gone. We have all these houses which are in this book. So you could write a paper about all the houses and all the doors and all the windows, all the architectural imagery. But there's something about determination and expectation as we look for Dr. Box's house. In the first new paragraph or second new paragraph on 101, about a third of the way down, the house was gone. So this weird idea of the house that's missing. And I think in many ways, that happens a lot in this book. On page 19 and 20, Howard's house goes away. No, George's house goes away because he's hallucinating, right? And the house collapses and disappears upon him. The beginning of chapter 3, Howard as a boy goes across the lake and he looks back at his father's house and the house blinks out of existence. If you go to page 81 in your book, we have that field that Howard is wandering in, and there's the ruin of the house that is now gone. On page 34, you have the haggard country housewife, which shatters, splinters, sags, and kind of collapses on itself. So what is a house in this book? I think house can be kind of representative of expectation, certainty, order, perhaps. But they're always blended with this idea of impermanence, So, and then if you look at the imagery, I mean, what kind of imagery do we have there as Kathleen is making her way to the house on the second new paragraph on 101? Kathleen stopped walking and looked around. The clouds had colored the dawn. Copper had advanced and were now fastened overhead like the lid of a stone. That's exactly on page 35. Flurries of snow spun in the wind. Kathleen surely stood in the right place, and the doctor's house surely vanished inside of the house. Instead of the house, there was a hole in the earth. And as she stands there in this flurries spinning even though she stands with surety in the right place, something which is there is clearly gone. And what about George right now? He's there and gone. What about when you die? You're going to be gone, but you'll still linger on, And so this idea that you can be both missing and present at the same time is I'm going to come back to this. So then we keep walking. And if you go to page 93, on page 93, I think Kathleen is sort of, like a sailor at sea. As you look like 6 lines down from the top of 103, we're glancing at the horizons and we see islands in the midst. And Kathleen is wondering if the islands would be visible in a storm, You see how I get like ship imagery there a little bit, The idea that we're a cast and we're adrift. And all of a sudden, boom, instead of seeing the town and the lake, she sees Dr. Box's house. So this revelation, it sat in the middle of the road. And this massive team of oxen and men have laid these timbers down and they're rolling the house down the road. And of course, when we think about that rolling the house down the road, we of course remember page 91 when Howard decided he was going to create a house on wheels, the Crosbys, and this idea of what is a home? Is it present or is it moving? What remains fixed and what shifts in this book? Because in many ways, this book starts with a home, but then the home is lost. People abandon the home. How many people are leaving? George runs away. Howard runs away. Howard's father is taken away. George is leaving. There's this idea of this constant loss and constant removal. And I think we see it a lot through houses in the book, if you track the houses, So they're lurching it along and going along, and off they go, and they're pulling. The windows vibrate, and the frames, the windows rattle, the frames vibrate, which reminds me, of course, of the house at the beginning of the book. And then let's just do this for fun since we're here anyway. Page 107. On page 107, Howard, no, you guys have to excuse me if I always say the wrong kid, because sometimes it's like, which kid are we in? We know this, right? Chapter 2, George as a boy. Chapter 3, if you read it, Howard as a boy. But if we had started this book in chapter 3, you guys would have been so lost, right? Because we don't know Howard's dad's name. And you guys get literally what happened. Literally what happens in chapter 2. Howard bites George's fingers. George runs away. Howard abandons his family. That's what happens in chapter 2. What happens in chapter 3? Chapter 3, Howard as a boy's father, who is a minister, loses his sense of reality, and his wife has him institutionalized. That's what happens in chapter 3. Did you guys catch that? And then and so we have this kind of legacy of missing fathers. And then ultimately, we'll get to that later. On page 107, George is left, but with good old Dan Cooper. And Dan Cooper is Dr. Box's man who's helping him move the house. And so George is placed in the cab of the pickup truck. It's the long paragraph in the middle of 107. And we find out later he's placed into that cab because Kathleen wants to talk to Dr. Box about putting Howard away because he's been having these seizures. And so they're keeping a secret. So what's the best way to keep a secret? To take somebody and enclose them in this little cab of this pickup, which is hilarious because George knows everything in this book. George is in Howard's mind. And George could be anywhere he wants right now in terms of the narrative. But watch this. This is one of my favorite little passages in chapter 2. Top of 107 or middle of 107. So it's a cold morning and he's waiting in a cab. It says the cab of the truck warmed up quickly. You guys see that? The seat bench was covered in cracked brown leather. George felt broken seat springs through the bottom of his coat. Old manuals and newspapers and a coffee mug lined with the silt of long since evaporated coffee cluttered the space between him and the driver's seat. The glass steamed over, and George watched the men and the oxen and the moving house turn to phantoms in a silver mist. He remembered stories that his father had told him about ghost ships that had foundered off the rocks of the coast 100 years ago, but whose mournful, doomed crews and splintering keels could still be heard on foggy nights. So let's not worry at all about imagery. There's lots of imagery in there. Let's just find words that are awesome. What is a word that you could quote and write at least one sentence about? I don't even need to know why. Ready? Go. Lennon. Splintered. What is a word you could write, Eve? Phantoms. What is a word you could write at least a sentence about? Zulema? We already did that one, though. We have to have a longer paper. What is one awesome word? Yay! Heather. Broken. And Stephanie. Ghost. And Sydney. Mournful. The power of the small words, right? If I had to write one, I would do, this is absolutely this moment where he is kind of out of time, out of place, out of space. He's being attached to things which are both ephemeral and not there, and things that are back. Did somebody click something? No. And then what I would talk about is I would talk about the long since evaporated coffee. And this is where I'm going to end today. I love the idea of long since evaporated because the coffee is there, but it's not there at the same time. This book is full of absent presences, things which are there, which are also not there at all. George is physically there in the bed, but he's not there because his mind is 80 years earlier. Put your finger there and go to page 40 in your book. On page 40 in your book, George is dying. And George is looking around the room, surveying the room. This is when he was looking at the ship and all that stuff on page 40. In your book, on the top of page 40, he's remembering smoking and buying the pipe tree and all that stuff. Count down 8 lines from the top of page 40. He's talking about a chair he had. He used to smoke cigars when he swept dead leaves out of the garage. You see where we are? Top of page 40, 8 lines down. Although he had not sat in the Queen Anne chair since he quit smoking his pipes, there remained a sort of shadow of his outline on the fabric of the chair's backrest. It was not so much a stain as a silhouette or just a slightly darker fabric, which could be seen in just the right light from just the right angle, and which still would have fit his shape perfectly had he been able to rise from his sickbed and sit on that chair. So I think we have this moment there where we have this absent presence, that he's there, but the silhouette is not. Go to page 143 in your hymnal. Last thing we'll do today. On page 143 in your hymnal, that's when Howard, as a boy, is looking at his father writing sermons and realizing that his father is being removed from the world because he's going crazy. And in the last paragraph on 143, it seemed to me as if my father simply faded away. He became more difficult to see. One day I thought he was sitting at his chair in his desk writing. To all appearances, he scribbled on a piece of paper. When I asked him where the bag of apple picking was, he disappeared. I could not tell whether he'd been there in the first place or if I'd asked my question to a lingering after image. So there's this idea of things which are permanent, which aren't there in this book, which doesn't make sense. Do you guys know what these are called? Something which is absent and present at the same time. These are called oxymorons. And this book is full of things like constant change is an oxymoron because something's either constant or it changes. Something's either absent or it's present. Take this home. We're going to do this tomorrow. This is the last thing we're going to do. Bye. You guys are awesome. Thank you. Just keep reading. If you've read 3, you're in a good place. If you're at home, you have to check out. That's my bad. If you're at home, you have to check out. If you're here, I'd like it if you checked out. That was cool. Chapter 3. Have a nice day. Goodbye. Goodbye. You should. I have to spray the desk just so you know. And we're going. Bye. Thank you guys. Sorry, I shouldn't run you the bell. You only have 8 minutes. You got to see your friends. No, you don't. There's no friends at school, are there? Is it awful? You just moved to your next class. You're done at 104, though. That's nice. Bye. Bye. Have a nice day. Don't smoke. Oh my gosh. Bye. I'm gonna miss you guys like so much. Can't believe how much I'm gonna miss you. All right. So this is there. Now I got to do this class. So boom. Shakalaka.
How's your day been?
Good. It's just a little hectic to bounce around. I have to spray the desks first. So let's do this. And this is day 8. So we'll do that. Let's do this. Let me spray the desks. Hey, what's
Can I
up?
snag your keys for the Senate room?
Yes, here you go. Yep. I'll meet you down there.
All right.
Where's the spray? I had it. Is it here? Oh, there it is. Sweet. 1, 2. Nobody can sign over here. Don't worry about that one. Good enough. All right. Yay. How we doing today, guys? Huh? Crazy Monday. Do you guys have first hour and third hour? Oh, so you come in a little late. That's good. Sweet. Okay, so I did that. What do I do with these guys? Hello, welcome. Thanks for coming. So I did that. Oh, I did that. I don't care about that. Okay. Okay, that's done. Okay. So what am I doing today? I'm going to do this and this. Hi, everybody. If you're at home, welcome. Okay. I did this. Take attendance. Period 5. Excellent. Take care about this. There we go. There we go. This. Sweet. Okay. Hang on. Good. That's unreal.
I heard you guys though are playing 7-on-7 Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. So literally only
Just one practice today? Yeah. I'll take it.
Well, I will be here 3 hours.
85?
No. Something.
No way.
Something.
No, you're kidding. 77? Be like 80.
And on the third view. It's foggy all foggy all.
You really think so?
I
don't. You're not. How's that? They should probably be okay by now.
It's football.
Yeah.
Depends how. You're up by the yeah, no, you were scripted this one.
Yeah.
If you just was.
Giants, oh, he's fine.
Literally not.
Better hurry up or else. Okay. So this is 9.
Yeah, I got it.
9. Today's what? 9/14. Monday.
Hey, 5 wise.
So
This one. Yeah, I would want.
oh,
It was good. I'm just, no, I don't look at it. I'm just saying. Thanks, Steve.
Hello, everybody. We got a minute, I think. I think we have 2 bells. I'm not sure, though. Huh. Huh. What a mess. Hey, hello, everybody. Welcome to English class. Thanks for coming. Go the right way in the hall, sir. Thanks for making English part of your day. My name is Mr. Friesen. I'll be your teacher for the day. Happy Monday, huh? Here we are. So let's do this by attendance here. So period 5, A day. Here we go, A group. All right, so I think these are the people that should be in the room. Let's see. Alex, are you here? No? And Hunter Adams. There you are. And Austin Baker. And Olivia. And Jack. And Caleb. And thank you. And Brooklyn. And Jake.
Yeah.
Hives. And then Autumn. And Mike. And Tez. Not here. And Hannah Lee. Oh, there you are. Welcome. Okay, thank you for doing that. Welcome. Thanks for coming. Thanks for making English part of your day. If you're at home, yay for you. My name is Mr. Friesen. I'll be your teacher today. I have a poem to start things off. No way. Every day. Today's poem is by Mary Cornish. It's called Numbers. Kind of like this poem. Shh, don't talk during the poem. Numbers. Nose. All right, here we go. Numbers. I like the generosity of numbers. The way, for example, they're willing to count anything or anyone. 2 pickles, 1 door to a room, 8 dancers dressed as swans. I like the domesticity of addition. Add 2 cups of milk and stir. The sense of plenty, 6 plums on the ground, 3 more falling from the tree. And multiplication, school of fish times fish whose silver bodies breed beneath the shadow of a boat. Even subtraction is never loss, just addition somewhere else. 5 sparrows, take away 2, the 2 in someone else's garden now. There's an amplitude to long division as it opens Chinese takeout box by paper box, inside every folded cookie a new fortune. And I never fail to be surprised by the gift of an odd remainder, footloose at the end. 47 divided by 11 equals 4, with 3 remaining. 3 boys beyond their mother's call. 2 Italians off to sea. 1 sock that isn't anywhere you look. And you guys say? Nice. So here's what we're going to do today. If you're at home, you need to check in on Google Classroom. If you're here, you need to check in on Google Classroom, okay? So if you have your computer right now or a phone, check in on Google Classroom. Now, I know you're here because I just took attendance. However, the way Google Classroom works is it creates these big old spreadsheets. And on the spreadsheet, it says missing if something is missing, and you're not missing. So I know it's stupid and annoying, but it just makes it easier because I have 4 kinds of students. Actually, I have so many more than 4 kinds. But I have the present students who are present here. Then I have the present students who are present at home because they're going to be here tomorrow. Then I have the present students who are on the A group, but they're here. But they're never here because they're 100% remote. Then I have the present students who are present at home, but they're never here because they're B group people. And then I have the people who aren't even here at all. So I just need to know what you're doing. Now, I totally get it. So you guys are safe. At the end of the period, I want you to check out too. And there's a question there for you. What's the question today? I don't even remember. Oh, did you get out this last weekend? Okay. So here's what we're going to do. But if you're at home and you guys at home, the 9 people listening right now, You have to check in. If you check in during passing period or the first 5 minutes, you're on time. If you check in after the first 5 minutes, you're tardy. After 3 tardies, you lose 10 points off your grade every single time. So you got to be here. Same thing with checking out. But then if you're so when you're at home tomorrow, make sure you're checking in between, what is this? Is this 5th hour? You're checking in between like 10:18 and 10:31. That's a check-in time. All right. So welcome, poem, agenda. Oh, I got your school pictures. Are we getting those back? I'm going to give you an exit ticket. For those of you sitting in the room today, you have an exit ticket, which means on your way out the door, you're going to hand me a piece of paper that you've written some things in. If you're at home, hi, you have an entrance ticket, which means you have to write things down and then you have to bring them to class tomorrow. So the people at home are going to be handing me the paper when they get here. If you are a completely remote person, you have to send me your ticket. So you have to either attach it to a Google Classroom or you have to email it to me. I just need to know that. So you guys are going to get an exit ticket. Everybody else gets an entrance ticket. We're going to look at some more model personal statements. We're going to look at the ones you looked at for today. 12, flying, poop, animals in the environment, and a dog and a porch. Hello. I give you that.
With all their belongings.
With all their belongings.
Oh, geez.
There you go. Hey, your what is that called? What kind of backpack is it? Well, just keep your nose up. I think things will work better for you. Okay? Keep your nose intact.
This kind of backpack?
What is this? What is this stuff called?
I don't even know.
Sequence.
Rub your hands on it.
Sequence. Okay, bye. Hope we see you again. It's very ominous, isn't it? How many of you have been yanked out of class before like that? Before anybody do that?
How many of us what?
Been yanked out of class like that. Dun, dun, dun. All right. The weird thing is when they come for me. That's happened for me twice in my career. Where my principal's right there. He's like, "You need to step outside right now." Oh no, they found out. We're going to talk about those 4 that you read for today. We're going to do this exercise called feelings and needs. And this is weird. I am not that kind of teacher. I'm not like a teacher that does a lot of this. But because we're writing a personal statement, sometimes you need to tap into some things that you feel personal about. So there's this little exercise we're going to do. And at home, you guys do it at home. And then finally, we're going to look at some more personal statements, but we're actually going to do a little bit of work with them. And then you're off to do your homework, okay? Today, more looking at models, more kind of getting all the ingredients in the kitchen. Okay, we're gonna turn the lights on, have a little music going on Spotify. We're gonna take out the ingredients. We're gonna take out the mixer. We're gonna think about what we're gonna make. Then starting tomorrow, we're gonna put it together, and you're gonna build the thing tomorrow and Friday, because Friday is like this remote day. I don't know, and then and we'll go from here. All right. Comments, questions? Of course not. Here we go. Oh, school pictures. I have your school pictures. So for those of you who were here, let's see. That's not you. That's the wrong class. You're not here. This is you. And you may not have them. This is just the pictures you took on what's that called? Registration day. Are you Austin? Yeah. Looking good there. Oh, see, look how good you guys turn out. Oh, Kayla. Brooklyn. Oh, people are here. Jake. I don't even know why we're doing this because I found them in my mailbox. Oh, right? Anthony's not here. No. Really? Hannah? Yeah, your name is Palindrome. I didn't. Maybe you're not here. You don't? Oh, Olivia, right? There it is. See, there's you right there. Michael, you don't have pictures. Did you not get your ID taken? No. Oh, come on. Awesome. All right. Yay for you. That was kind of meaningless. Here we go. Okay, today what we're going to do is we're going to continue working on doing some pre-writing, getting ready to write your personal statement, okay? Tomorrow we're going to actually be drafting the essays. Make sure you have a computer or pencil or paper or something. If you're in person today, that's you. You're going to be completing an exit ticket. And this ticket you'll hand me on your way out the room today. So you're going to write in these boxes. What I'm trying to do is do a lot of informal writing, okay? Zero stakes writing where you're just kind of typing things on a computer about your Essence object box. or you're writing thoughts on a quadrant paper or this, or that one over here. And then this is low stakes writing, because I know a lot of people are like, when I start writing, I kind of, it's hard. So we're kind of just doing some warm up laps, okay? Submit this on your way out the door. Use this ticket to express where you're at in the process. So all this form says, and then if you're at home, you have an entrance ticket, which has the exact same thing. You need to complete an entrance ticket and bring it with me and submit it on your way in. You may print it out at home or build your own. So if you don't want to print out the one at home, take out a piece of paper and copy down what's there and write it there. So if you're at home, you're doing this. If you're 100% remote, you fill out a ticket and you submit it to me electronically by the time class starts tomorrow. So by 10:26, you've done this. So what does it say? What do you think you might focus on for your personal statement? What story might you tell? So just an idea. By the time we leave class today, at least throw something out there. How do you think you're going to present it? Because we're going to look at more models today of the ways people have presented it. So you might say, I might tell this story, or I'm going to do it as this, or whatever. You're going to see some different versions today. And then why? Why is this important for you to talk about? What does it show about your values, your essence, or something? So this is all you're going to do is by the end, you're just saying, and this doesn't have to be what you write, but you're committing to, ironically, you're committing to a non-commitment. You're committing to something. All right? Comments, questions? Okie dokie, artichokes. So today what we're going to do is we're going to look at those model statements you did for last time. So if you have, I guess we need our machines. Do we have our machines today? Yes? You got to bring your machine every day. You have your phone or something. We're going to be looking at 12 flying, poop, and little portion of dog, and we're going to look at those things. So let's crack open what you did last time before we start what we're going to do this time. So if you don't have your computer, you need to make sure you have like a phone or an iPad or something. Just because I don't like spending time on the machines in the classroom, but I do. But we have to, because the last time you were here was electronic. So we have those 4 stories. We have 12 flying poop in the environment and that other thing. So here we go. And if I do this, and if I do this, and if I do this, and this. There you go. All right. So you guys were supposed to read these things, and off we went. So what I'd like to do is just kind of talk about each of them and what we noticed inside these ones. So the first one you guys looked at was the one called 12. And this was the essay. Take a minute or two and just review it for a second and tell me like what you thought of this. Like what is this person, what can we borrow or see what this person did just to inform our own choices on our own? So take a minute or two and recall the 12 essay. Look at what you wrote about it. So recall the 12 essay. And I'm going to take attendance while you guys do that. So some things to think about here is how many paragraphs is this? How is this structured? What are the values present inside this piece? How does this piece show vulnerability? What is this person trying to express? How does he or she do it? So if we look at this piece on 12, the first thing, the first paragraph says 12 is the number of my idol Tom Brady. It is the sum of the letters of my name. It's also how old it was when I started high school. So what does this piece do that maybe your piece ought to consider doing? It has some sort of a hook at the beginning. It says something unconventional at the beginning. It sets up a puzzle or a riddle that the paper will probably solve. So at the beginning, you're like, okay, this person likes football. And you're like, this person is just, saying something very simple. Because 12 is so simple. But then we move on to this thing. It's how old I was when I started school. So now all of a sudden we know something about this person in terms of his or her unique story. And then it kind of talks a little bit about, how did I get to that one? So you're allowed on your personal essays to break kind of paragraphing that you might be used to. At Columbine, sometimes we slam you in the head with like 11 sentence paragraphs, blah, blah, blah. But what is a paragraph? All a paragraph is a series of sentences that have a purpose. What was the purpose of the first paragraph here? The purpose of the first paragraph is what? To hook our attention. Then we have a little bit of definition. And then what do we get here? By the time we get to the third paragraph, we have this sentence that ends the third paragraph. And he says, or she says, I discovered more than I ever had, kindling a lifetime joy of learning. So we want our paragraphs, our personal statements, to tell something incredibly unique. Nobody else can say 12 years old and homeschooling. Nobody else can talk about the paper on ancient Sparta. Those are very precise things. They're things you could put in your essence box, right? The 12-page paper on Sparta. But at the end of this paragraph, it says, I have a lifelong joy for learning. And so ultimately, that's kind of what the heart of the kid's values. When you have your value sheet, you know, what value does this kid possess? Well, the love of learning. Is that your value? It doesn't matter. But at some point, you have to make it that clear. Then what we do is we have a story. And what is the story here? The story is ultimately about the time in high school. And what we have here is specific details. What are some of the specific details in these paragraphs that make this student come alive? Well, we know this kid's favorite team. We know this kid's friend's name. We know how tall this kid is. We know what this kid's course load was. We know all kinds of things. And by the time we get to this paragraph here, we get ultimately the revelation moment. And there's something very vivid in this moment where he and Alex have this kind of moment where they see each other's worlds, I guess. It's really good in a personal statement to tell about a moment that sort of, wakes things up. And so this moment where he has this realization, and he ultimately said, wait a minute, maybe I can then not be what I want to be in terms of football, but maybe the recognition of coaching. So then we get in the second half of the paper, so the first half is kind of setting up who I am. Then we have the 3 paragraphs that set up the shift. And then we have the 2 paragraphs at the end where we talk about the future. So do you see how this paper moves from the past in the first 3 paragraphs, when I was young, to the present, what's happening to me in high school now, to the future? So one thing this paper could do would be you could consider is doing a chronological view through your personal story. That this is what happened, who made me who I am, and this is my statement for where I want to be. Some people think that's a very good structure. It's 8 paragraphs long. It went 3, 3, 2. And then what do we do at the end? We come back to Tom Brady. Tom Brady is in the last sentence of the paper, or second last sentence of the paper. It's right here. So the paper is nicely framed with something very, very simple. Well, that was a lot of me talking. How about you? Review, we did flying in this class. Can you guys review that poop, animals, and the environment? And I'm going to ask you to say something you noticed about this one, how it was structured, what it said, what we think, what we can steal. Take a look at poop, animals, and the environment real quick. You've done this, you did this for your homework, so I hope that you have something to say. On this poop story, can you find like a sentence in the poop story that shows me something this person values? Like where his or her values come out in this story? Maybe just another second or two to look at it. All right, we cool? Hunter, did you have something?
Yeah,
What you got?
I said I don't mind autistic, that's when I'm working with animals, I know that even, but they probably hate me as I patch them up, they'll help them up, those completely.
Very good. So where's that?
It's like the fourth.
Oh, I'm in the wrong essay. Yeah. I'm like, I can't find that at all. So this part, no, that's the wrong essay. I don't know why that moved. Here we go. So this is right here. So this tension of like, so what is this, what is the value inside there? What is the value? This person valued what?
Health and welfare.
Okay, health and welfare, cool. Where's another statement of value in this essay? Something this person values. Because bottom line is oftentimes what we write about, it has to be an essence object. It has to be a metaphor for something bigger. This is a paper about animals, but maybe this person, it's not just about animals, right? What is ultimately this person concerned with? What do you got there? Olivia, yeah, thanks.
She says that I simply can't just walk away from injustice. In the last paragraph.
Yeah, I simply cannot walk away from injustice. That's a really profound thing. But how would this paper have been had this person started with that? If somebody walks in the room and says, I can't handle, or I won't tolerate injustice anywhere, you're like, it can almost come away off as a little bit like preachy, a little bit, you know? You want us to arrive there with you. And this is kind of an unconventional path to get there. Is there another sentence anywhere? Another moment where we have a value? So we have care for others, we have inability or the ability to stand up for justice. I think there's one in here too. It says, this idea of, I have a sense of responsibility. The 12 essay does not talk about those things. This one absolutely does. Responsibility, care, striving towards injustice. There are not jobs that can be avoided. That's huge. The idea of duty, of obligation. Is that your value? What's your value? So make sure, we're going to try to make sure that what we care deeply about, we are responsible, and empathy. What about things in here that make this, that somebody else couldn't write this essay? A lot of us feel like the need to care for others, but this is very full of very specific things. The listing of the animals, what does it show? It shows kind of maybe expertise a little bit, shows intimacy with the subject matter. What do you know more about than other people? That the small details would show me you know that? Deeply personal stories. Then let's do the last one just for a moment. We didn't do this one. We didn't do Little Portrait of Dog, did we? We did Flying in here, didn't we? Together. Little Portrait of Dog. Take a look at that one. That was kind of an interesting one as well. Real quick. Little Portrait of Dog. Share. I'm just taking attendance real fast. Sorry, I have to take attendance. This is so many steps to take attendance. I'm going to give you a question about this one. If you ask, what is this story about? I think we would all be clear. What is it about? It's about a person who is from a family whose father is sent to jail, and the immigration experience. But what is a value that this person has? See if you guys can solve this riddle in my head. I think the more I read this story, I think it's actually about the power of language. Did you guys see that in this story? Where is this piece about the power of language as a value that this person possesses, and that is really something very important to this person? It's very subtle. Where do you have that, Olivia? Thanks.
She translates the
Yeah, the entire thing is twice, right? So we have it twice. Where else do we have it? How do we know that this person values words, values language? Where else is it in the piece? I mean, she says in here, I learned the value of eating healthy, that's fine. But I don't think this is the value that this resonates in this piece. I think it's in there a couple more times. I mean, what is the crux of the entire story? It's about dad and immigration and what happened. You see right there? I had to show the importance of family and the importance of chance. And how do I do that? With my language. What about the first paragraph? What's going on in the very first paragraph of the essay? What are the kids doing? In what? Alphabet soup. So I think there's a real nice moment in this one where the paper is strong because I think it shows this incredible story of being open-minded and aware of problems, but there's also this underlying current of my words matter, and what I say matters, and you're reading me both in English and in Spanish. I always was fascinated with this, and my words have changed lives. There's something pretty powerful in this. Why do we look at models? Because by looking at models, we perhaps find things you're like, I kind of like that. Would you ever consider writing a, 9-word paragraph that sticks out? How long are your paragraphs going to be? How short are your paragraphs going to be? How many times are you going to vary your structure? How many times are you going to, do those? So bottom line is we're just looking at models as ways just to see. The goal is to see the diversity of ways you can express yourself as well as the diversity of things you can write about. That's all. Comments, questions? Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to do this little exercise today. So if I get this, take that away, go here. Boom. So we're going to do this thing called the feelings and needs exercise, okay? Which is a little bit kind of a, I don't know, this title is interesting. I gave you a piece of paper with your values. Can you guys find that? And on the back of it is this thing that says feelings and needs. Where is mine? Here it is. It looks like this. So you guys already circled your number one value, and on the back of this sheet is a piece of paper that looks like this, the feelings and needs exercise. Who's your values? If you don't have it, I can give you another one, no big deal. Yes? Okay. And at home, if you don't have it, it's on the, at home, it's in the materials for the class from the other day. Let me check on this for you. Period 5. Yeah, it's in yesterday's things. Day 8 information. Okay, yeah. And you also need a blank piece of paper. Oh, really, paper? Yeah, it's like school, sorry. Okay, this is the last time we're going to do this. This is the last bit of gathering raw material. You do not have to write about an object in your essence object box. You do not have to write about the thing you're just about to do right now. But all it is just giving you ideas. Because I think a lot of people, when they have to write their personal statement, they just go to, oh, what was the worst thing that ever happened to me? Or what was the person I like? Oh, totally like Michael Jordan. So then this forces you to start with you, as opposed to start with one of the Common App prompts. All right. So here we're going to do this little thing called the feelings and needs exercise. You at home can watch this video on your own. You don't have to watch it through this. Because I think the quality is going to be probably kind of lame. I'm also going to pause it a few times because he's going to ask you to do a couple of things, okay? So this is an exercise called the feelings and needs exercise. Ready? Here we go.
Hey, Ethan Sawyer, college essay guy here. Today we're going to be doing one of my favorite exercises. It's called the feelings and needs exercise. And all you need for this is a blank sheet of paper, your favorite pen, mine happens to be green, yours doesn't have to be, and feelings and needs exercise. And you can find a PDF download of this exercise by clicking here. If you need to pause the video for a second before we get started to grab those things, go for it. But we're going to move on. So this is going to take you about 15 or 20 minutes. Take your time with it. Find somewhere quiet because you're going to want to be able to focus. And let's jump right in. Take your blank sheet of paper and turn it sideways, turn it horizontally. And we're going to be writing some stuff along the top right here. And we're going to be writing 6 words. So when I tell you to write the first word, don't write it huge, write it kind of small, because we're going to do 6 columns. Okay, so right here in the top left corner, I want you to write the word challenges. I'm going to do it too. So challenges. And in this column, I want you to write down 3 or 4 challenges that you've been through. Just write down there. Leave a little space in between them as you're writing them.
I'm not going to ever collect this. This is personal writing, okay? But you have to do 6 columns. Yeah, so really skinny column, 3 or 4 challenges. That you've been through. Ready? Say yes or no.
Yes.
Say no if you're not ready.
Okay, now what do I mean by challenges? Tough stuff that you've been through. For me, some of the challenges that I faced up until high school were moving around a lot. It was really tough, having to be the new guy all the time. Another challenge I faced was my parents got divorced when I was about 16. Now, they don't have to be huge like that. It could just be, something small, but that's really meaningful to you. So take a couple minutes and pause the video if you need to. And I want you to write down 3 or 4 big challenges. And if you're having trouble coming up with challenges, you can write down big experiences, things that were meaningful, that kind of shifted things for you.
Real quick, I don't know what you're going to use your personal statement essay for. And you're going to turn it into me. It's a writing process. Some of you will be using it for college as well. If that works for the Common App, great. I was a part of a 1-hour conference from an admission advisor. And one thing that they dissuaded people was writing about COVID, okay? So in terms of if you are thinking about using this for your college application essay, you might not want one of your challenges to be the pandemic because it's a little bit much right now, Here we go.
Okay, I'm assuming at this point that you've done all of your column full of challenges, but you haven't paused the video. But once you've done that, I want you to write down the word effects. So write down the word effects. Do that as you listen to what I'm going to say now. So based on each of the challenges that you've written down, let's say you write down in your column, divorce. Well, you have divorce written down as a challenge, and I have divorce written down as a challenge. But the way that we experienced the divorce was different. What do I mean by that? Well, for me, divorce meant, we just had 2 holidays, 2 Thanksgivings, 2 Christmases. But for you, divorce might have meant something different. It might have meant, lots of domestic turmoil, fighting. I don't know what your experience was like. But the point of the second column is to differentiate your experience of your challenges from everybody else who might have experienced the same challenge. So let's say your challenge was you lost someone, either to a death, or they moved away, or you just had a falling out. What were the external circumstances? Now, I'm not talking about emotions here, like I felt sad, I felt angry. We're going to save that, we're going to talk about that in just a minute. I'm talking about how was your life different on the outside? So take a minute to think about that. For each of the challenges, write down a couple of the effects or repercussions that you experienced as a result. Pause the video if you need a little more time. We're going to move on.
So what were the effects? What was the consequence, I guess? What was the outcome, the second part of the challenge? Once again, completely private writing. This will be just for you. It's okay? Do you need more time? Say yes.
The third column is feelings. Okay, so write down feelings or emotions for each of the effects that you felt. So for me, an effect of my parents getting divorced was we had to go back and forth a lot. And how did I feel about that? I felt a little annoyed, a little put out. Not angry, but just kind of like, why do we have to do this? So you might write down, I don't know, whatever your feelings about it. Now, it can be hard to think about our feelings. That's where this sheet comes in.
Okay.
So the PDF.
The sheet you have right there is that sheet of feelings. And so sometimes just the vocabulary to express what's in our heart is missing. So maybe this sheet will help you think about some of those things. So that's why I had you pull that sheet out.
That you can find by clicking the link at the beginning of the video or in the comments below. It's got a big list of feelings on the left side. Okay, so check that list out. It's going to be really useful, and I'm going to use it right now. So when my parents got divorced, the effect was we had to go back and forth from house to house. I felt worried. I felt worried because sometimes I would forget something in my mom's house that I needed, and I would be at my dad's. So I would be worried that the next day at school I wouldn't have everything that I needed. So for you, for each of the effects, write down emotions that you felt. And sometimes the emotions will probably contradict each other, right? So you might feel elated at something, but you might also be annoyed at the same time. So it's okay if the feelings contradict. That's life. So take a minute and pause the video if you need to, and write down the feelings or emotions that you felt as a result of whatever the external circumstance was for the challenge. And here's where it gets a little deep. Based on the feelings that...
No, sorry, we're not there yet. Sorry. We're just writing down feelings. When you write your personal statement, you're never going to say, I was frustrated. But you can convey frustration through your description of things. it's important that you include feelings, not stating them always, but sometimes just referring or creating a situation which will then reflect them, reflect the emotion. Questions, comments? Do you need more time to say, ah? Sounds good. Here we go.
Based on the feelings that you felt, for each feeling that you felt, I want you to write down, I don't know if you can read this or not, but it doesn't matter, a need. So in the fourth column, at the top, write the word need. Consider this. Consider that for every feeling you felt, there was a need that either was or wasn't getting met. Now, what do I mean by that? So let's say my feeling was restlessness or anxiousness or worry. What was my deeper need in the case that I gave already? Well, I think my deeper need was for stability and consistency. And if you're trying to think about, well, what do you mean by needs? On the right side of that page, there's a list of needs. So check out that page, and you'll be able to identify, based on the feeling, what need, if it was a negative feeling, wasn't getting met. If it was a positive feeling, like, wow, I felt happy, it might be that there's a positive need there, like because my need for connection was getting met. So consider that. For each of your feelings, write down a need that either was or wasn't getting met. So, the
reason I like this activity is because you have the list of words there. If you didn't have the list of words, this is really hard, I think, but having the list there can be, I think, quite helpful. This class is called Humanities, right? This is all the stuff that makes us humans. This is what makes us special, important, connected, distinct, all that stuff. We good? 2 more, plus a bonus.
So, in the fifth column, I want you to write down what I did about it. What do I mean by this? So, you experienced certain challenges, which came with certain effects or repercussions, which made you feel certain feelings, and those feelings were connected to particular needs that either were or weren't getting met. So my question for the fifth column is, what did you do to meet those needs for yourself? And this is kind of a tricky one, because you might look at that and you might think, well, I needed community or connection, but I didn't do anything about it. I just kept living my life. And that's what it might look like or feel like on the surface. But I want you to consider that your extracurricular activities, or whatever your hobbies are, or basically whatever you spend your time doing, is a way that you've been trying to get your needs met. So let me give a quick example so you understand what I mean. When my parents were divorced and there was some moving back and forth, there wasn't a ton of talking about it. So I felt kind of confused, why are my parents, getting divorced? My need was for transparency, for more conversation. And I also felt kind of detached. So my need was like for more connection and more community. Now, looking back, like my 16 or 17-year-old self wouldn't have been like, oh, I'm going to go get this need for community met. What I did was I just like lived my life and I kept doing theater because theater was like my thing. When I looked back at it, I thought, like I would just write down theater, like what I did about it. But then when I thought back about this, I was like, oh, theater actually did help me meet my need for community and connection. And even transparency, because in theater you have to be transparent. You know, what's showing up for you? How are you feeling? Now, that's a pretty crazy connection. So write down in the 5th column, what did you do? What have you spent the last year or two doing in your free time, especially? Okay. And then you can, like I said, you can reverse engineer it and write down, okay, and I felt this feeling or this need was being met based on this activity. So you can add in some more needs if you want. Okay. So
You see how this is kind of past to present then? Personal narratives tend to start in the past, they move into the present, who you are now, what you're doing about things now, and then ultimately sometimes you extend where you want to go. Okay. And here we go, last column.
in the 6th and final column, you're gonna write down what I learned, okay? So, based on what you did about it, what did you learn from the experience? And the way that I want you to frame this is in terms of, with your feelings and needs exercise, flip it over, your values. If you've done my exercises before, you know about this values list, but I want you to think of these values as the qualities that you developed based on what you did to get your needs met, based on the challenges. You kind of see how they're all connecting now, right? And another way to think about this is your superpowers. So another thing you can write on column 6 is what I learned / superpowers. So what superpowers did you develop trying to get your needs met? So for me, getting involved in theater, I got my need for community and connection met, but I also gained some superpowers, some additional values. Like I expressed and experienced my creativity more. And that's one of my superpowers. I feel like when that superpower begins to come out and flourish. Another one was confidence. Like I started to develop more confidence because you may not know this about me, but I'm kind of an introverted or shy person. But being on stage in the theater taught me how to, use my voice and to speak more fully, to be more present in my body. There's a third one. Being more present in my body, understanding what I was feeling. Theater helped me do that. So I would just write down, creativity, confidence, using my voice, feeling my body, feeling my emotions. So you can see I'm already listing like 3 to 5. So for each of the ones that you listed in your what I did about it, what superpowers or what values have you learned to develop based on that?
I said before, there are 4 things we're going to look for in your personal statement. 1 is some sort of vulnerability, that you're telling a story that's personal. 2 is your values, kind of need to resonate, what you believe in. But the 3rd thing is superpowers, and the idea is it's what you're good at, what you possess, the thing that's yours, and ultimately you want to shine on that. That number 12 essay, that's that person had lots of superpowers. The poop essay, lots of superpowers. But basically these are the things that you shine in that make you who you are. So superpowers. We want to make sure we talk about that. We want to make sure that we talk about your values. We want to make sure that we talk about how you can tell your story. So those are 3 of the 4 things we're going to try to make sure your personal statement has. And now he has one last little thing to do, which you may or may not be able to do, depending on how you wrote.
Take a minute or 2 to do that. Pause the video if you need to.
Here we go.
So what you should have now, and go ahead and take a look at your sheet. You should have basically a map with a ton of content. So what I want you to do is start making some connections. And this is the end of the exercise. But I want you to start connecting things from the challenge, the effects, the feelings, the needs, the what I did, with just some basic arrows. So which things connect to which things? You can kind of, identify which of these might be an interesting essay topic. And if there's something that seems like a common thread to the whole thing, just circle that real big. Hey, Ethan Sawyer, college essay guy here.
We already did it. Okay. So, yeah, let's leave it there. So now you're just kind of circling anything you see that jumps out. Does anything jump out in terms of a thread? Are you finding a narrative between the values exercise, between the essence object box exercise and this? Have you found something to write about? And if not, that's cool. We'll find something to write about. But bottom line is, all of this is us just trying to pre-write. We should have done that. Preview the. Yeah, there we go. Get your pre-write. Just kind of stoke the fire. Kind of get the ingredients out there. Prepare in advance. So I need to do a little check in the room. If you have no idea what you think you're going to write about, you're going to do a fist. If you're already locked in, you've already written it, you're a 5. Okay. So I need to kind of just get a sense in the room. If you feel like, because that's what this exit slip is. This is where you at in this process. What do you think you're going to write about? How do you think you might structure it? And then you ultimately, why do you think it's important? So right now, give me a 1 through 5 or 0 through 5. Just write it down in your hands. Throw it up there so I can see where you're at. We got 1s and 2s and 1s and 2s and 4s and 3s. Okay. The problem is everybody's at different places, yet we kind of all have to go at the same time, Comments or questions about this? Somebody at home just said, do we have to do an exit ticket and an entrance ticket tomorrow? No, you at home, you're going to just write down where you're at, which is what these guys in class are going to do on their way out. They're going to tell me where they're at. All you're going to do is tell me where you're at coming in. Okay. So that's all that is. I hope that answers your question. All right. Okay. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to look at the prompts just for a second. So the personal prompts that you're going to get, and you're going to get these tomorrow. But for you guys at home, it'll be online. If you're in the room, it'll be a handout that I give you. Well, actually, you know what? I think, let's see. I might go make a copy for you guys. Yeah, I'll make a copy because I want you guys to have that. So I was going to leave it online, but I think it's important to actually interact with the paper a little bit. So I have it here. I just didn't make the copies of it. So I'll go do that in just a minute here. I'm going to give you a piece of paper that has the 6 topics. And you can start saying, you know what, I'm going to this one's my starting place. Remember, the first one is about if you have background, identity, interest, or talent that creates a picture of you, well, what is it? Or the second is a lesson we take from a challenge, which is kind of like the exercise we just did. Or reflect on a time when you challenged a belief or idea. Or describe a problem that you have solved or you would like to solve, which might have been a little of what we just did. Or discuss an accomplishment or realization that sparked a period of personal growth. Or describe something that causes you to lose all time. And I would think your essence object box, there would be a moment, something in there that might reflect kind of the thing that causes you to lose all track of time. Anyway, so you guys, we're going to start narrowing in on this. Tomorrow in class, we are writing, okay? And so if you're at home, you need to bring Frozen Flame 296. Can we attach the ticket to the assignment that is due tomorrow? If you're a remote student, yes. But if you're coming in person, I want you to hand me something, okay? Good. Anyway, so tomorrow is going to be a lot of writing. Today is just a lot of kind of thinking about writing. So in order to do that, we're going to look at a few more examples. And you can, I just want you to read. There's 4 examples. I want you to read 3 and annotate 2. So from 4, you automatically throw 1 out, then you read 3, then you mark 2. You can mark it in Google Docs, or some people have asked me, can I mark it in another way? Absolutely. If you want to upload it as a PDF or put it into Cami or whatever, I think you guys have all kinds of tools. If you have another tool, more power to you. If you want a student said, can I print it out and write on it? More power to you. So they're guided ideas. And so the goal of looking at other people's writing is to consider their what, how, why. What are they saying? How are they saying it? Why does it reveal something deep about it in these pieces? And also to see if anything strikes a chord with you. So the assignment is actually to look at these personal statements. And then so I've left us about 20 minutes to at least start this process. If you're at home, complete an entrance ticket for tomorrow. If you're here by the time we leave in 20 minutes, you need to write on that sheet. Keep the values exercise sheet. We're going to use it next week. What? Well, this is not right at all. That's last time. So I'll change that. So there you go. Let's do that. Complete the annotation of the new models. There, that's what we're doing. There we go. And then also check out. Let's go here. So let's do this. You can see how the Google slide gets made here. Go up here, grab this, click this, copy this, go back down here, click here, and be sure to check out at the end of class. Okay. So if we go to, yeah, that's what we're supposed to do. By second. Okay. There we go. Okay, sorry guys. You got to see how the magic is made. That's kind of like seeing how a magician performs and does his tricks. Okay, there we go. So here's what you're going to do. Inside the class thing, it says personal statement essay models in here, and there's one more here. And so this personal statement essay model study sheet, it actually has the assignment, and it shows up here, and it has directions, and it tells you what to do here. And then there are 4 of them. If you're in the room right now or at home, just glance at these 4 real quick. So here is the first one. It's called Drowned by Swaying. Here's the second one. It's called Farming a Future. Here's the third one. It's called Superpowers. And here's the last one. It's called The Daily Show. Okay? And these are different because these 4 essays were all written by Columbine High School students in this exact class that you're in. So you can kind of see where people kind of who are in the same at least year and position. These aren't like somebody on the internet. Okay? Comments, questions? Okay, so I've left you about 25 minutes or 20, about 17 minutes, I guess, for you at least to get started a little bit, and certainly fill out that exit ticket. And this is the time now where you're just starting to say, you know what, I think I'm going to do that. But let me go get copies of the prompts for you because that may motivate you a little bit. Okay, I'll be right back. You can't make copies without my key. Oh, I gave you that kid. Dang nabbit. That's not gonna work. So you're reading 3, writing on 4. You still have about 14 minutes, so I think you could get something done in here, okay, and at home. And you guys probably all know because you have phones, but Caleb, I believe, is gone because of COVID, I believe. Apparently, we have the second case at Columbine. And so, I'm sorry? No, it depends how it affects. We'll get shut down if there's not enough coverage to cover teachers. You know what I'm saying? It's not a 2-case thing. And the first case never entered the building, we don't think. But the second Columbine student has been there. And so, who was with us? Yeah. Well, yeah, we'll see how it goes. You know, I don't know how it works. Yeah. So, in the past, whenever students got yanked out of class, it was always like, oh. And the funny part is, if you're being quarantined, you're missing 2 days of school. You know, it's like you're still home most of the time anyway. Who knows? All right, but I'm going to shut up so you guys can work. So as class ends, you guys, make sure you're checking out on Google Classroom. So if you're in here, do it right now. And then if you're at home, you definitely have to do it. And then if you guys could, on your way out, just on this desk, leave that exit ticket. Give me a little sense of where you're at. That's just a check-in for me. If you're at home, you need to bring that ticket tomorrow. Or if you're not here tomorrow, you just need to attach it to something and email it to me or put it in a comment in Google Classroom or something. And that way I just know where you're at. But here's the deal. Tomorrow is all writing, okay? So make sure you're in a comfortable place and you bring stuff to class if you're here that you can be writing. And it's basically going to be a nice lab time for writing the personal statement, okay? Comments, questions? Take a look at those samples. And other than that, we're out of here in about a minute. So make sure you check out if you're at home, okay? Make sure you check out. Thank you. And don't huddle too close because we might get COVID. Oh dear. Thank you for those guys. I appreciate it. Next week, we're going to start something that's not personal writing. So we'll get this done this week, and next week we'll be off. My guess is on Friday, bye. You'll watch a little video from me. Bye. Have a nice day. Thanks for coming. Let me spray these down, especially Caleb. Holy cow. Have a good day. Bye. Thank you for being here.